There we go. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Welcome to the den. I apologize for the late start this evening. I just had a little bit of a delay, but there were some things that I wanted to say. The den, if you don't know, is the best conversation on the internet. Why? Because the people must be heard. Who are the people? You are the people, the den folk, the den generates. Shout out to all the denizens. And hold on, if I'm forgetting one. Den folk, den generates. Den folk, den generates, denizens, and hold on, we had another. We had, because it was four of them. It was four of them that we used to have. Denizens, den folk, den generates, and friends in the den, I guess. I think that was the other one. I felt like I'm missing something. But anyway, I am your host, Honcho. It is an honor, a privilege, a pleasure to get to chop it up with you guys each and every evening that I'm live or on time or whatever else it may be. Let's see who we have joining us this evening tonight. We're going to talk about, should children be forced to move out at 18? You know, I think there's different sides, different perspectives on it. I'm going to talk about this. I want to address it kind of culturally. I want to say special shout out to D the Gamma. Hope all is well. We'll definitely be thinking about you and hoping that everything is going well with you while we're on stream and even after the stream. So shout out to Miss D the Gamma. If you don't know, man, the Den is not a channel. The Den is a community. And, you know, that's the way I like to see it, you know. And I appreciate each and every one of you guys who show up, who partake, who converse in the chat. The chat is an interesting deal. Make sure you follow the Den on all the proper social medias. Den Show Live on Facebook. And then I'm not using the Den Show social medias anymore. So if you want to follow and have updates for the Den, make sure you go to Ed Honcho HTX on Instagram or Twitter. I'll always try to post the updates for whether we're streaming or if there's a new video or anything like that, just in case you don't get the YouTube notification. But I try to post that on the community tab also. So I'm glad that you could join us. Let me get this little dilly-dally off the screen. And let's have some good conversation this evening. Let's see who is in the mix tonight. Let me change this. What the fuck? Okay, there we go. And for those of you who call in and who share your thoughts, you gotta understand, I'm a big proponent of free speech, uncensored conversation. If you don't get the premise of the Den is supposed to be like the conversations you have at home. Maybe that you don't necessarily have in public, but if you call in and you got something in your mind, if you feel passionate about it, I don't care if you cuss and fuss and be honest. Don't you the chance of you offending me, very slim. The chance of you offending the people in the chat is very high. But let's get into it, man. I see INF Storms in the building, D the Gamma in the building. Hopefully all is well. Brenda Williams, how are you doing this evening? What's the motherfucking deal? Miss Bell, the bell has rung. Culture in the building, what's the motherfucking deal? Let me see. I see Sweetberry in the building, what's the motherfucking deal? Professor Trill already deleting Broderick. So Professor Trill in the building, what's the motherfucking deal? What's the motherfucking deal to Broderick? Let me see. Make sure I ain't missing nobody. Rashida. Can't send a side man, Sandwich Reed in the building. What's the motherfucking deal? Technically, should I be saying in the building or should I say in the chat or in the stream? I don't know. We're not necessarily in the same building, so there's that. Cartier, Miss Cartier. Always good to see Miss Cartier. How you doing, Miss Cartier? White in the motherfucking building. Heidi. There's that. D Love in the motherfucking building. And Professor Trill came in immediately dismantling Broderick and his comments. I'm going to go out and guess, was it something that was said on yesterday's phone call? But we'll figure that out, I'm sure, when the line opens up. So, again, like I said, I'm glad all of y'all are here. You know, they hate you when you're on top, right? You know, but I don't mind if women are on top, as long as they know what they're doing. Anyway, that's another conversation. Let's talk about the youth. Let's talk about. Oh, you hit you from the blind side. You wasn't ready. Let's talk about it, man. So, age of 18, I'm pretty sure across the board in America is considered grown, right? And make sure if you are in the chat, make sure you have live chat selected and not the top chat, because you miss out on a lot of good stuff when you're in the top chat. Top chat is terrible. I don't even know why that's even out. Like, why is it not like how does YouTube pick which comments are better, right? Like which ones I'm going to show you, which I'm not. Top chat, I think, filters some of the profanity maybe. Live chat, you're going to get all the juice. So, yeah, you get the day old buffet in the top chat. And so, my thing is this, like, so at 18, most people are considered, well, you're considered an adult unless, there's some type of hindrance or, special needs or things like that. But even then, you're still considered an adult. But, that's a different conversation. But what I want to look at is the difference in cultures, the difference in ideologies, because some people say, hey, you 18, you're grown, get the fuck out of my house. And I have a thought about people like that, and I wonder some things. And I'm sure children's behavior maybe impacts that also. But then some people are like, hey, certain cultures, it's like, hey, you know what? Get your shit together. Let's work this thing as a unit. Let's build this thing. And I guess we could have the premise of children, and then we can talk about some of these who do family units as a whole, and what the difference is and why. What is that? I don't care for. So whenever only one lot shows up, I owe her a bunch of pistachios. Miss Shonda, J. Lamont, what's the motherfucking deal? How y'all doing this evening? So my thing is this. Me personally, I think you have two things going on, because you have to talk about the parent and then you have to talk about the child or the adult, the young adult at that point in time. And I think, especially in today's society, when we overvalue youth. And what I'm saying by that, we act like the youth have the knowledge, the understanding, or the information. The youth today think they have the knowledge, the information, the understanding. They have the information. They do have the knowledge because they have access to it. But it's not like they really have acquired it. They haven't had the experience to acquire that knowledge. So to me, the youth have a false sense of intelligence, if you will. And this is not to be insulting, but it's true, because and it's been proven that even us, even as adults, everybody, especially growing up kind of when the internet started booming, is if you have Google, your memory fucking sucks. Okay? Now, my memory's already bad. And I try not to Google too much, but occasionally I do. But if you've been raised on Google your entire life, if it's existed your entire life, you've never used the Dewey Decimal System, you've never had to work, you've never had to use an encyclopedia or do real research, your memory is cat shit. And I'm talking about the cat, like from the memes kind of cat shit. But you have access to all this information, so you're more knowledgeable, but you're not more intelligent. And so I think that they think they know more. They think they feel like they're more ready for the world. Well, I've seen this and I've seen that. You have so much access to more information and things like that. I think it gives you a false sense of maturity sometimes, And so sometimes you get thrown out into the world. You get deceived. You have kids who've done nothing but watch reality TV their whole life, and then they think they're going to have, life is going to be. And then they get bamboozled and bombarded by the realities of, bills and, just everything life brings at you. Basically, covering your expenses, preparing for unexpected emergencies, food, whatever it may be, stuff that they've been used to having catered to them, and then they have to go out and get it. But then some at 18, hey, you going to college, you could say that's going out on your own. You do have to figure some things out. You have to make your own decisions. You can't be there to nurture them in every way. But then you have those parents who say, well, stay home, get you some assets, build you up a little lump sum of money before just going out at 18 and not knowing what the fuck you're doing. At least save you up a couple of $1,000s so that way you don't just fall headfirst in the hole as soon as something bad happens. So I think there's a lot of things you have to there's a lot of things you have to think about. Maybe there are options, and we'll get into that. But when I was younger, and shout out to Jason S., be careful of those substitute teachers out there. Guard your grill. And I wanted to do a video on that. I might do that tomorrow because I have some thoughts on that. I saw that video and I was extremely disgusted. I reposted it on the Twitter, but I was extremely disgusted. To me, that's worse than the goddamn mom. And I'm going to go off track today. Okay, I'm going to let you know that I'm going to go off track today because there's a couple of things I didn't get to mention, and sometimes I like to cover some stuff. So I'm gonna do my spiel on the age group thing, and then I'm gonna go off track and talk about that video from Kyle, Texas. So when I was younger, hey, I want to get out the house, but I had an opportunity at a college scholarship, and then even then, I fucked up a little bit. I got me an apartment the first time I dropped out of college, went back to school. I just kind of did my own thing. Sometimes I was fucking up, sometimes I was crashing, sometimes I had my own shit. Just I was real inconsistent. Wasn't very good with money, wasn't very good with certain decision making. But my mentality was I did not want to go back home. Now there was one point that some shit fucked up, and because I was staying in the city for a while, I ended up going back home, and for a couple of months, it got me a job, got some things together, and ended up leaving again. I was probably in my mid-20s. And then, so I got my crib and everything's been pretty kosher since then. But there's just this feeling, when you're in your parents' house, parents' rules, you feel like you're 18, you see people being independent, you see people doing their own thing, so you don't want to do that. Now, that's from the youth perspective. Now, from the parenting perspective, you have some parents who are like, you're 18, get the fuck out. Now, I wonder about those parents. I think some of them have good intentions, and I think some of them are just shitty parents. And again, there's nuance to every one of these conversations. So some of them say, hey, you know what? You need to grow up. You need to get independent. You need to do your own thing. You need to figure it out, right? Some of them say, I'm ready to have my fucking life back. Some of them had kids young and they just want your ass to get out so they can try to turn up at fucking 40 and act like they're 18 again. So again, the motives behind that can be different. Now, if you've prepared and you've taught your kid financial literacy and all these things, and again, like I say, they have a savings and you put them out there, or they're going to college, I'm all with that. But what I've looked at and what I've noticed is certain cultures, and we're going to get into that, certain cultures, a lot of those Middle Eastern, Asian cultures, a lot of Hispanic cultures too, get together and, like I say, they stack their shit. I think Middle Eastern, Asian more. I've seen kind of 50-50 with the Hispanics, the Mexicans. I'm lumping all y'all Hispanics in me. Y'all know the rules in the den. All Hispanics are Mexican in the den. No offense, some offense, whatever. Build offense. But my thing is this. I see how that works because to me, the principles, I guess, what group economics or whatever you want to call it, maybe on a smaller scale, these people tend to have more financial success, in my opinion, right? And Bad Bougie, what's the motherfucking deal? Only one lie. I owe you. Let me see. I owe only one lie. Only one lie came through the mixer last night, and she toughed it out. She put in some work, figured some things out, and so I told her I would compensate her for her work. All right. Jess Sarah, I appreciate it. Oh man, say if they aren't doing anything. Oh, I don't have the fucking thing on. I meant to do that in the beginning. I apologize. Say if they aren't doing anything to better themselves, they have to move out. Now mooching. Now, that is something I wanted to go. Shout out to Jess Sarah, man. I appreciate the love. Now that's something I didn't want to get into. If they're not trying to do anything better and they're not trying to benefit, like I say, if they have a plan, if you're working on something together, trying to do something, cool. But yeah, if you're just going to be there and just, use up resources, you're not contributing to the household, you're not putting anything in, you have no goals, no dreams, no aspirations, I think that's when the tough love needs to come in and you need to get out there and see the reality of the world. I think that's what lights a fire under some people's asses when they realize, hey, ain't no free rides, there's no such thing as a free lunch. So there's that. Kenneth, is your season over? I hope it's over because you seem to have had a tough season this year. Good. Shout out to Kenneth. Now that the season's over, maybe Kenneth can be the punching bag again. I was talking about that last night in the mixer. I think that Kenneth ain't been around, so we ain't been able to pick on him like we used to. In the old days, Kenneth was definitely the whipping boy. But my thing is that I think there's different things. So I don't think there's necessarily a one size fits all. But I think there's a point where, your parents should try to, as a parent, you should try to instill certain things in your child. You should, again, there's nuances, but you should be trying to improve the next generation. We talk about, especially in the black community, you always hear people talking about, well, we ain't even got no goddamn generational wealth. Well, when you're kicking everybody out at 18, it's kind of hard to to do that, right? When you don't have financial literacy, your parents didn't have financial literacy, they kicking you out at 18. That generational wealth thing is going to be kind of hard to develop because by the time if you figure it out, by the time you figure it out, if you ever figure it out, it's a different situation. And again, we're quick to kick people out. Now you start building a plan with the child when they're young, and you start saving up a little nest egg, and like I said, giving them something comforting to help them get out and get on their own, so they have an understanding, so they don't fuck around and try to come right back. Then I understand, and I think that's what should be done, and that's what I was talking about, like the Asian and the Middle Eastern culture, where you see a lot of these people, and a lot of it is they import their people. Yeah, I said import. They import their people, family and friends. They come over here, they get going, they work hard, they bust their ass, get a little something coming on, and they send over for a cousin or two. And the cousin then or two or family or two, everybody's busting their ass, and they're all chipping in. And they're usually working so hard, going to school, doing all that. They're not at home very much. Everybody's chipping in. And the bills are getting paid. It's not a whole lot coming out of your pocket. And you're able to save to where you can go and do your own thing. And then they also transfer that into business, not just in the home, but they transfer that way of thinking into business too. You know what I'm saying? Said the head coach retired. Wow. That must have been trash. But Dakota, what's the motherfucking deal, man? I gotta tighten up the green screen so that these things look right. This does actually look kind of neat. I do, and I gotta do something with the word. I gotta fix the wording on here. But appreciate the love, anonymous. Anonymous. Let me say fix the face mask text. No, I'm not gonna lie to y'all, man. Sometimes it takes a little bit of momentum to get going, and I'm glad I did that little recorded video. So what is this, like the thing from Davy Jones' Locker? That movie. What was the movie? What was the movie with the face of the pirate with the face thing? But getting that recorded video out yesterday for the Den felt good. So I got to get the momentum going back with that. Got some recordings I got to do for the sauce too for those of y'all. Now that it's technically a game week, got a lot I want to talk about. And it's just, I know I've been saying it. But it's just some little things that bug me. And it's just time to turn it up, especially when I see where YouTube is going. Anyway, Hentai Samurai, what's the motherfucking deal? Kate Grace, what's the motherfucking deal? So my thing is this, though, right? And I think that's a great idea, and I think more people should employ that method. Like I say, building up so that way when you have something to go for. I think college, getting out of college should be a maximum. I've known some people who have, let their kids stay at home, and they were doing well off. And it's funny because, they say the rich get richer or whatever you want to call it, but they were doing all right for themselves. And they let their sons, I think their son stayed there for quite some time. I want to say this guy was an operator, or he was doing something. He was working in the plants, and he stayed with his parents for quite some time until he was able to basically buy him a very nice house, cash, and that's just kind of what it was. And so he's not really dealing with the mortgage, not really dealing with all that stuff. He's got, he put up a lot of money, buy him a nice house in a nice neighborhood, and I don't know, what happens with that, but I think if you have a plan, and I think if there's an understanding, I have no issue with that. But if it's just a random, I'm not doing shit with myself, I'm just gonna kick it around here for a while, I think you got to give them the boot, and you gotta let life teach them a few lessons. You got to have some experiences. So I agree with just Sarah on that. Like, there's no mooching, there's no just, I'm just gonna wander around the neighborhood and hang out with my buddies and ain't doing shit for a little bit. There's that. Now, I'm gonna open up the line. I ain't gonna say too much more because I want to be able to call in and share your thoughts. But I want to say something before I do that. I don't know if y'all saw the video, right? I don't know if y'all saw the video, but there was. Let me see. Let me pop this out if I can. Where's the pop out? Pop that shit out. Don't stop. Pop that. There was a. I guess maybe let's switch this around. Let's do it like this. That might make it look better. Exit this shit out. I ain't got this up. There's a video of a substitute teacher in Kyle, Texas, I believe. And this substitute teacher beat the brakes off of this young lady. Now, this substitute, I believe, was like 30 something, 32. She just got certified, I guess, to be a, whatever they call it, the TSA, whatever, but to be a teacher or a substitute. And when I say you would have, the way she was fighting this motherfucker, and again, you would have thought that it was like really personal. I understand kids can be bad and do a lot of shit, but there should never be a point where you trying to throw everything you got. Like, say, it's another incident of people fighting these kids like bitches in the club. I mean, she's swinging haymakers on this bitch and dropped her out of the, you know what I'm saying? Dropped her out of the thing. And then fucking, it wasn't no fist fight. It was a beat down. It was a beat down. And then, I don't know if it was it looked like it was a chick. And like I said, I could not tell. I thought it was. And I might be wrong. But it looked like a chick. She beat the shit out of her. The little girl fell out of the fucking chair. And then she stomped her as she walked off. Like, what the fuck did this kid do to you to do that? Fresh and sassy. What's the motherfucking deal? Not Sweet Berry, you've been here. Luke, McVice. What's the motherfucking deal? Yes, as soon as you step in, Sweetberry will steal all your shit. So there's nothing you can do about it. You just have to deal with that. Wow. That's crazy. There's so much shit going on. It's just so much shit going on. Been so many crazy stories, and I haven't even followed up on what happened with that. About the Tatiana. Appreciate you sharing that. I just had to see. Sometimes like people come in, they say something, I have to be able to follow up and check real quick. But thank you for sharing that, Fresh and Sassy. That's crazy. But yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Beat the shit out of that young girl. Hit him with about a 7-piece, and then the girl like fell out of the desk. Like while the girl was sitting in the desk, so it wasn't like she squared up with her or anything. The girl was sitting in the desk. You know what I'm saying? Jason S was there. What was it? What school at Lehman? Which one do you go? Did you used to go to Lehman, or you go to Lehman now? Oh, now look, people gonna be going around. I'm looking for Jason S. He's a star. I want to talk to him. I want to interview him. But it was terrible, man. Like it was terrible. So well, good thing you didn't go there anymore. It might have been you in there fighting. But the person only been there a couple of months. I think they said she got her certificate or teaching or whatever like in August. Started in September. So you telling me what, September, October? We're barely into November. You already fucking beating up kids. But there's a thing where the kids are wild, and you might have to check them. You might have to, I ain't saying hit it with the pump fake, but you may have to check a kid. But the way that she was beating on this girl, the way that she was hitting this girl, like you would have swore that there was some personal beef, like they had a history. And if I'm not mistaken, they said this one was 32 years old, and that the girl was only 16. So unless she's your husband fucking with underage students, I don't know what else it could have been. That it shouldn't have been no trash talk that made you that angry. Send the kid out of fucking class and move on. Kid couldn't have done that, but you're a fucking substitute. I don't think she even had that many days under her belt. So I think they said she subbed maybe like 16 times. So you ain't even been dealing with the kids long enough to lose your shit. And it's not like you in there daily like some of them teachers. Like I said, there's no excuse. And so the reason I make this point, right? The reason I make this point is to tie it back into the other day when we were talking about the Kamala Harris wanting your kids to go to school an extra 3 hours, right? And then she said, well, the teachers won't have to work extra hours. Well, who's going to work those extra hours? Substitutes? Substitutes like this, who are not properly trained, who are not well trained to really be around these kids long term, because they're kind of taking the and I won't say the shortcut, but they're there for the opportunity. I'm not telling anybody not to take the opportunity, but if these are the people you're going to give the extra time around your kids, like People have lost their shit. You know what I'm saying? People have lost their fucking minds, and this is going to continue to happen. Like it was really disgusting. I wish I would have saved the video. I'll try to do some dilly dallying in the background. We get some calls and stuff going on, and see if I can pull it up and save it and show it before the end of the stream. While we're doing that, I think I have it. I can pull that off. Let me see. But give me a second here. As I'm doing that, I will. I'll pull up my Twitters. And then, man, I posted the mug shots of the roommate from the story from yesterday and the boyfriend. They both been turning. And the fucked up shit is that, you know, they had a picture of this girl posing all next to her and all cool. The fucked up shit is that this woman was posting, you know, praying for this and that. And you the one that did. I'm telling you, man, motherfuckers are so foul these days. It's disgusting. You know, and be the ones that are right next to you. But the thing is, you can generally see certain traits in certain people. But what you must do is acknowledge those things. A lot of times people will see that shit and they'll just kind of, oh, it's no big deal. Oh, it's nothing major. Like someone called in and said yesterday, when someone shows you who they are, you know, believe it. And you see these little things. You see these little things in people, and people just kind of pass over it. Oh, it's no big deal. Oh, it's no, you know, nothing major. What? See, this is what I'm talking about. This shit didn't even post right. This shit's showing the old, I should have just put the picture of the photo on there, because this is showing the stream from the TI shit from the other day. Give me just a second, because I want to pull up the video. And shout out to Kanye, man. If y'all have been sleeping on Kanye or whatever, this is crazy, man. This is fucking ridiculous. This is fucking ridiculous. And again, this is why I say, black folks, we gotta fucking do better. Y'all can say, well, this don't represent all of us. And I agree, it does not represent all of us. But it happens all too fucking often. And, give me a second, I'm downloading the video right now. When I'm talking about this shit, she hit this bitch with some fucking wrestling blows. Like, oh my God. Like, right when The Rock was finna power up. Like, you know how niggas used to try to hit Tatanka when he started doing his rain dance? Right when he would power up, they'd be trying to give it all they got. You know, Tatanka wouldn't get phased, right? You know, no matter what you did while he was doing the rain dance, you couldn't fuck with him. She throwing them kind of blows, but she beat the kid might be dead. Like, I don't know. Motherfucker might be transgender. She fighting like a nigga. That's tough, man. Like I say, to me, like I said, I don't care about a lot. But when it comes to the youth, man, I have a lot of issues with that. Okay, let me pull up the phone thing. I'll get the phone here. Start a second too. I thought I lost my train of thought. The shit is disgusting. It really, really fucking is. But before that, let me pull it up for y'all. Yeah, this was somebody should have did. Oh, where's this at? Let me see. Give me just a second. Put something to cover this shit up so it ain't looking all crazy. There we go. Y'all don't mind me. Let me get my ass out the fucking little TV real quick. But I'm gonna show this to y'all. It truly is fucking disgusting. Where are we at? Right here. So this way it'll be easier. All right, cool. All right. I might have to replay it twice so y'all can see it. All right. Well, look at this shit. Look at this shit here. Let me get my ass out the screen. It's a quick video, so. Where am I? Let me get out the way. There's no reason you can judge. I know we way off track. Hey, Miss Mead, how you doing? But there's no reason any teacher should be hitting the kid like this. This kid ain't up. This kid ain't up bucking. So I don't care how much shit they done talked. I don't care what the fuck they done said. There's no reason whatsoever to handle a child like this. As a teacher handling a child, it looked like is she in UGG boot season? I'm trying to see what kind of shoes she got. She got some combat, but she got some Uggs on. What she got on there? It looks tough. No, that's a teacher. That's a teacher. As a matter, there's no questions about it. She got arrested. They took her ass to jail. She's in, I forgot what county, whatever it is now. She beat the shit out of a fucking kid. Come on, man. There's no excuse for that. That's what I say. Look, it might be transgender. You know, you got to make sure you say everything right these days. It could be a whole. I mean, look how she throwing them punches. That's them some nigga punches. With the setup, I'm telling you, look at that wrestling punching all the way through. Like it's terrible, man. I don't watch this shit no more. Put the fucking thing up. That's what they should have done. That's what I've been pointing that teacher out. Just the one right here. Can her motherfucking ass. All right, let me put the right shit back on, man, because this is. All right, we're gonna get them off the stream too. Oh, wow, there we go. All right, now after showing y'all all that, you know, I gotta provide all of these things in context so we have understanding. All right, so there. That is fucked up. Yes, absolutely. All right, give me a second. Let me log into the system here, and. Man, do any of y'all follow Tony Baker Comedy on the gram? Because he posted a funny ass video of this trainer. I think the video's on. I want to say I've seen it before, but the trainer, this nigga went, I guess, first he walking like the fucking Incredible. Everybody's wrestlers, I guess, tonight. Because he was walking with this motherfucker swole, you know, one of them, my arms too big to wipe my ass looking niggas. And he walking to the place like a little bakery or a donut shop or something. And this nigga like kicked a tray or a box or something out of this dude's hand, and he started checking. He was like, "Man, we just finished working out an hour ago, man. You can't even go. I've been following you for an hour. You already eating this shit. You already, you know what I'm saying?" And it was funny. He just taking, like, "Man, I don't even want to train you if you can't do this, that, or the third, whatever he's telling him." He's punking him, grabbing him by the shirt and everything. Big old dude. Well, the dude is short, but he's swole. But he's punking this big old dude. And the dude looking all kind of fucked up. But this kick is what killed me, because the way he fucking kicked that shit was so fucking funny. And then if you go back in the comments, that's all everybody's talking about is the goddamn kick. All right, let me put the number up here. Yes, I'm being very unprofessional, and I'm eating these fucking M&M. Don't judge me. There we go. All right. Yeah. Yeah, you ever seen? Come on, y'all know y'all seen them bodybuilders. Motherfuckers can't even bend their arms. If they can't put their arms to their side, they can't even get their arms around their fucking. Look, hey, it be like that sometimes. No, it don't. You choose to be like. I don't think that I would want to be that swole. Like, I don't care if it's a world record breaking shit. I'm going to have to decline on that one. All right, well, let me put the headphones on first. I guess that would help. All right, let's get some calls in tonight. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
You know it's Bill.
Oh, man, I have to turn my volume up.
I gotta get it in first.
Really, Miss Bell? What's on your mind this evening, Miss Bell?
Oh, that was total assault, and up over the top assault. That was just not need be at all. Let me see what we got going down the list. Let's start with tonight's topic. I worked from the time I was 15 part-time, and I left home at 19. And it was one of those things. I had younger siblings, and my mom and I didn't get along. And so it was I go, or they would have just been all hell to pay. So it was time that I needed to just put my adult grown panties on and deal with life the way it was.
Hi there.
And I did it.
So at 19, did you go out kind of on your own? Did you roommate with a friend, or did you stay in the same city? Like, what was your first move when you moved out?
I had a roommate. In fact, we were roommates twice over the years. And we lived together the first time a year, and then I got another roommate in a different place, and so I lived kind of a single life for quite a while. Every Sunday I was at my mom's house for dinner and laundry, catch up with the family stuff. I mean, it was kosher that way. It was just that I just didn't want to follow the house rules, and I knew better, and she said, if you know better, you do better, you do you. And that's how it came down, and I was stubborn and hard-headed enough to go for it. I will tell you that I was definitely emotionally immature and shouldn't have been out there, but sometimes your mouth writes a check that your ass can't cash. And so I had to put up or shut up, and I dealt with it.
So
that's the way life is.
Do you think being put out there helped you grow and maybe mature a little bit faster than you would have maybe if you had stayed home?
Yeah, actually I do. I wouldn't say the lessons were easy, but they were truly life lessons. And, of course, everybody's experience is going to be different. Sometimes people will go from their house to boyfriend or girlfriends, so they're not really getting that living on their own experience, or a roommate that's not related or attached, so that they actually have that independent living like a college would be. Which is actually really important, to be able to have some independencies before a long-term relationship. Personally, looking back, if I had to tell my 19-year-old self something, I would say, hey, work on doing you before dealing with a long-term relationship.
I could agree with that.
It's probably one of the best pieces of advice, because we don't know how to self-care. And then when we need to, people think we're selfish.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's kind of it on that one. Oh, somebody asked me about my name. Brenda asked me about my name, and because Belle is a pen name, it's not my actual name. And I had explained to her that my dad used to call me Belle when I was a kid. It was part of my name. So... and that was something from the north, and then I've been living in the south almost as long as I've been living in the north, but I tend to do the y'all and the southern style things, so that's how that came about. Anyway, enough about me. What was the other thing that we were talking about?
We talked about moving out. We talked about that kitty assault situation, and then there was something else. I can't remember what the other thing was.
The thing on your face was a kraken, by the way.
Oh, man, I had some shit that that was actually a long time ago. What was that? It's a liquor. I forgot what kind of liquor it was, but it was called Unleash the Kraken or something that they had. That shit was actually pretty good. That's what it makes me think about.
Yeah, it was called the Kraken, I guess. Yeah, the substitute was definitely way over the top, and I am so glad that they arrested her. That was above and beyond what any teacher should do.
Yeah, absolutely.
And like you said, despite how bad the kids behave, adults still have to be in control.
Yes. I agree.
Prayers out for Kemah and making sure she's okay.
Yes, absolutely. We'll definitely be.
And, hey, I'm glad to see a lot of new faces in the den. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's actually funny because we went several months, even with the lives just being what they are. We were stuck in that like at 4121. It might go up to like 4124, and we were stuck in that area for several months. Ever since whatever day did the I don't identify as pro-black. That was right around the time the signal was acting real crazy for a couple of streams. Lost a bunch of subs after that, and then last couple of weeks, I forgot, I don't know which video it was, but it actually started picking up. So we had about, because I was in the negative, like I have, it'll tell you the sub count for each month and how many you've gained or lost within the last 30 days, and I had been in the negative consistently for a couple of months. So even when it would gain a couple, like it would go back down. Like I say, really hover around 4121, drop down to 4114, and then since then it's actually picked up. So we made it to 4200, y'all. We're a little over 4200. So shout out to that milestone. So that's cool.
We've had some great callers too, so that's good too. We've had some great callers.
Yeah, and I agree with that. Yes, it's definitely good. And like I say, it's good to hear new people chime in, jump in, and share their thoughts, and just fit right in. So I definitely like that. It's always good. So, but there's nothing like the Den Folk OG2 that you can rely on. So it's it's always good to hear from the
Absolutely.
regulars too.
Absolutely, and just take everything with a grain of salt because it can get a little rough if you're not used to it.
What? No, not with the Den Folk. The Den Folk, this is such a nice and friendly place. Look, Broderick attacked the young lady who called in last night. This is a terrible place. The Den Folk are terrible people. Now, y'all know everybody means well. It's just everybody's honest. That's why I love the Den, because of the honesty. Shit, I don't even get to make it sometimes. I get calls and I get harassed. I love it. I mean, I think it's a beautiful thing, man.
But it's pretty honest, and if somebody knows that they've gone over the line, they do apologize, or they just, sometimes it depends on who it is, and we just kind of let it go because we know that's their personality trait. And I'm not saying any names because we're all guilty of it at one point or another, including myself. Hey, I gotta own shit. If I'm gonna be badass, I'm gonna own it. Oh, yes, I think Brenda had asked me about, is Honcho your real last name? And I'm assuming it's not.
No, absolutely not.
Okay. We'll leave that alone. I figured so. She says, well, is that because he's the head of the class? And I'm going, might as well ask him. I'll ask him. I'm not afraid to ask you anything.
Yeah, no.
Is it your head honcho? I mean,
Yeah, it's something similar to that. It came from a bit of a situation, and I just kind of stuck with it. So. Yeah.
Okay. We'll let that go.
Yeah.
Because the only other person that I knew got called Honcho was, what's his name, Shamar Moore. Yeah, in his new program, whatever that is.
I'm not sure.
Is it SEALs? No, SWAT. He gets called, is it Hondo or Honcho?
No, I'm not sure.
One of them. Anyway, close enough. But I'll leave it at that.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so I'm glad to see all my girls here and even a lot of the guys. So let's have a good program tonight. It's Saturday night. Let's kick it off.
All right. The bell has rung. Class is in session. Thank you for calling, Ms. Bell. Get the party started.
All right. Good night.
All right, you have a good evening. All right. Well, what's the motherfucking deal, man? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
Well, thank you. This is Fresh and Sassy. How are you?
I'm doing very well, Miss Fresh and Sassy. And yourself?
I'm great, thank you. Listen, I wanted to touch on a few of the topics that you're talking about tonight, but I don't want to monopolize the phone call. But I did not realize that person hitting that student was the substitute teacher, because the story was that was her mother beating her like that. So it was actually a teacher?
Yes, it was a substitute teacher. I think she had just got certified or qualified to substitute in August, I believe. And I think they said, between then and now, maybe she substituted maybe like 16 times from the story that I read. And they said they did take her to jail, though.
Well, yeah, that type of beating, it's one thing. When I was in school, the teachers used to spank us, with rulers and make us kneel on our knees with books, these big, heavy textbooks in our hands. And this was Catholic school. This wasn't public school.
Okay. Where is this happening?
And I'm 56 years old, so I'm giving you, this was a while back, but that's what they used to do to us. But never did a teacher ever assault, and that was definitely assault, us in that way. But, I do realize that there are some kids that are in the classroom that are just out of control, and that's nobody's fault but the parents. And then you have these teachers that don't know how to rein in or control the classroom. I'm having that issue with my grandchildren. My grandchildren, they don't have problems in school, But the problem is that the teachers do not know how to curtail bad behavior, and the kids are in the classroom yelling and screaming, and then the teacher gets upset. She starts throwing chairs, and that's not the proper behavior. So you've got a little bit of fault on both sides. You got it on the side of the parents that are sending their kids to school with no respect for anything or anybody, and then you have the teachers that I don't know if it's just that they're afraid of getting into a situation where if they put their hands on a child, they'll be in trouble, or they just don't know how to handle a classroom full of children. But I really think, really think, and I know I'm going to get a lot of pushback for what I'm about to say, but and I did just what I'm telling most people not to do, and that is send your children to school. And my thing is, you should not send. Let me back it up. You should not have children until you're ready to have children. You are ready to have children when a mother is able to stay at home for the first 14 years of that child's life. I'm telling you, no one is going to like what I'm saying, but this is just the way it is, because see, people are sending their kids to school and they're getting, just like this child was put into this position. This child was sitting down. Now, we don't know what happened before the camera got turned on, but something happened that caused this teacher to flip out this way, and people are having children, and 2 months, 4 months later, sending their kids to daycare, sending their kids somewhere for someone else to raise, rear, to mold, and do the things that the mother should be doing and the father should be doing. And I just believe, in hindsight, which is always 20/20, that you should not have children until you're ready to have children. You're ready to have children when you have saved up enough money so that you can be at home with this child. Your husband, and I said husband, okay, should be able to go out and work and do whatever he needs to do to bring income into the home to take care of mother and child or children. But that's just the way it should be. And people are having kids for all the wrong reasons, and they're not using the proper, for lack of better word, they're not using the proper judgment in terms of when they should begin to have a family. But I did everything I'm telling people not to do. I sent my kids to school. We had nannies. We had daycare. We did it. I sent my kids into daycare 2 months after they were born, 4 months after they were born. And hindsight tells me I was wrong for that. But that's what everyone is doing, But it's not right. It's not right. It's not right. And if you can't stay at home with them and be with them and rear them and raise them up to be the children and adults you want them to be, you should not be having children.
No, I can absolutely agree with you. Now, 14 years, that's a first. That's the first time I think I've heard that specific amount of time, but it's interesting that you say that. But I think that if you are able to do such a thing, I mean, that gives you an adequate amount of time to, one, educate, two, to kind of put your parental imprint on, and you can focus, like you said, with the mother being at home, hopefully being a good mother, she will focus her attention on rearing that child properly and be able to, input whatever your family values and standards are into that child. And so that when they do go out into the world at that age, they should be able to make solid decisions. You're not expecting them to go out independently at 14, but to make decisions without being influenced by outsiders. I mean, those values should be firmly instilled in them. So I think that's actually pretty interesting. And I think just briefly thinking over, because I haven't had a whole lot of time thinking, but I mean, I think that it would put us in a significantly better place than where we are now, because you have so many people who are popping kids out. I think you have a lot of people who end up having kids for the wrong reasons, and then end up regretting the fact that they had those kids. And so then they kind of neglect the children, or the children don't get the proper attention. They don't get the proper love. They don't get anything. And then, some of them pop out and have another one right after it. So then that before they really realize what's going on, that kid ends up raising the younger kid, and then they don't get to have a child. I mean, I think there's so many things that go into it. And I think a lot of these things have formulated the problems that we are having today as a society. So your idea is pretty interesting.
And you know what? It's so unfortunate. Well, I say 14 because that's 10, 11, 12, especially at the age of 12, we start smelling ourselves then, and that's when we're prepubescent. We are headed for puberty and adolescence, and that's the time when mama need to be at home. Somebody need to be at home because the lights is off in the basement, the music is playing, and something is burning in the air that shouldn't be burning in the air. Because mom and daddy are at work. I was a teenager, so I know, I understand. But my thing is, 6th grade, getting high before school. Crazy stuff.
Yeah.
And my mom and dad, both working full time. My dad had 2 jobs, my mom had 2 jobs, and they doing the best they can and trying to keep me in school. But at that adolescent age, especially at that time, and it's so unfortunate because it's really the children who suffer. Because why are we having children? Just to give them away to somebody else to raise and rear and form and mold into who knows what. And in the society that we live in today, everything that's right is wrong and everything that's wrong is right.
Yes.
And you got, people putting kids out of school because kids don't want to participate in the homosexual education classes that they're having for kids now. These kids are being called uncooperative. They're being called rude because they don't want to participate. And it's like, why would you put your child in that type of atmosphere? All I would need is one time for somebody to tell me that my child got put out of a class because he or she didn't want to participate in, and this is my opinion. And everybody has their opinion, so please, and you've been very respectful and I appreciate it, but let me have my opinion, because somebody's going to say, well, what's wrong with a homosexual class? Well, I don't get down with the get down. Like I said, I'm 56 years old. I'm old.
Yeah.
Okay? And there's just certain morals and standards that I have, things that I don't believe in. That's me. That's, and I think I've been respectful to the audience and you. So I'm just saying, let me have my opinion, because that's just how I feel. I would not, like I said, it would only take one time for my child to be put out of a classroom because they didn't want to participate in that type of activity. And then the other side of that coin is that why are we, not we, but why is it that whoever drives, the educational force today, why is there such an emphasis and such a eye on sexuality at such a young age? Why can't you let these kids be kids without having to get them to engage in some type of homosexual classes that they're offering now, teaching about homosexuality and what it's about? Let these kids be kids, okay? They don't, some things, it's just too much. Like this thing with T.I. telling everybody his daughter was a virgin. That was such a dumb thing for him to do. Some people don't realize, you put your child at risk when you're running around telling everybody, oh, my daughter's a virgin. You know what? Some nasty man is going to try to get at his daughter and do everything that he can to get with his daughter because he knows this girl is a virgin. You don't put that type of information out there. That's dangerous. That's wrong.
I absolutely agree with that. Absolutely.
So, but anyway, like I said, I don't want to monopolize the call, but, we, like you said, we have got to do better. Stop having kids until you're able to have kids. You can be at home and raise them to be the young men and women that you would want them to be. Stop handing them over to somebody else that could care less about you, let alone your children. And there's just too many people out there that don't care nothing about our kids. They don't care nothing about our kids. They could care less. That's why we made it our business to teach our children to read, to write, to do addition and subtraction, multiplication and division, all before they got into the first grade. Because I was not going to let a teacher leave my child behind. I was not going to allow a teacher to, say, well, maybe I'll teach him, or, maybe I'll just fail him, or maybe I'll work with him, or maybe I won't, So we made it our business, and everybody should do that. No child should hit kindergarten until they can read. When your kids go to kindergarten, they should be able to read. But, some people are just so quick to hand that child a cell phone and say, here, play these video games or watch this foolishness on YouTube and stay out of my way. I'm on social media, Anyway, I have monopolized your phone. I apologize, but I appreciate the time. I love your channel, and I like what you're doing. So keep it up.
I definitely appreciate your call. I find no fault in it, and hopefully I'll hear from you again soon. I need to know some more about this plant-based living. But definitely, I'm trying to transition, but I need to find some. Maybe you can help me out one day. But
I'd be glad to listen. I'd be glad to help you out. But in the meantime, whatever you're looking for, whether it is nutrition, whether it's what to expect when you become plant-based, it's all on my channel.
All right.
Okay.
Well, I'll be tuning in. Hold on. Let me go ahead and let me handle that right now. But I thank you for calling. I definitely appreciate it, and I enjoy it. And I think you got some folks who definitely agree with what you're saying there. So I appreciate you sharing that.
I appreciate you, and I appreciate the people in the room also. Thank you so much for your time.
All right. Thank you, man. I appreciate the call.
Take care.
All right. You too.
Bye-bye.
All right. Just right now. Cool. Definitely will be paying attention to that. All right, we got another call coming in. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Hey, it's the one and only. You know who it is. What's up?
Only one lie? That's it. One and only. Only one lie? That's what this is?
Nah, damn. I ain't.
What's the motherfucking deal, Miss Rashid? How you doing this evening?
I'm all right. What's up?
Oh, man. What are your thoughts? I mean, how are you feeling just about, a variety of things that are going on? Because, we covered a couple of topics. Do you think kids should be booted out at 18? Do you think they should stay home? And how did you feel about that teacher beat down?
Hey, Sarah, how you doing? I'm all right. She went too far. She was throwing haymakers. She was throwing Willie Mae. She was throwing from everything. I saw this. The young lady hit her first, but it didn't call for all that. It didn't call for all that. She was beating her like she was in the street or something. And then the girl was still sitting down. You see her still playing. And then knocked her out the chair, then stomped her in the head. Like, lady, they need to keep your ass in jail because something's wrong with you.
Yeah, like that's hateful. Like, okay, because there's different terms of fighting. Now, some people try to guess when they get in a fight, they let it all out. But if you have a beef with somebody and you want to, you have a point to prove, then now there's a certain type of fight you're gonna have. If somebody gonna get dropped. If it depending on, okay, let me put it like this. If it's a friend that you're fighting, y'all have a dispute, but y'all got to handle that. Y'all gonna fight. Whoever take the L, y'all gonna shake on it and move on afterward. If it's somebody that you have some contempt for, yeah, you gonna try to put them to sleep. But if it's somebody who you really hate, you trying to. That's when all the head stomping, face kicking, once they already know. That's when the extra after the job is complete. She treated that child like she really had some malice towards this child. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, this is ridiculous in my opinion. Like, and then I saw Dakota say that there might be another angle where the girl hit her or something like that. And somebody said don't push two, Miss Me, when you're on the line. Somebody said you just hold on. They said if you push two, then it do some stuff to you. But like if you. If like I say, even if that child did hit her, it's not like there was a lot of force, but she's sitting in the desk, so it couldn't have been damaged there. But to just go all the way off like that, knowing that you have an unfair advantage in multiple ways, you're a grown woman, you stand over, she trapped you. You just beat and slang her down and stuff that's too fucking far. You know, that's too far now. I know some of these kids can get raucous. I know they can get rowdy. You know, hey, let them catch a square. Let them think they grown. You know, drop their ass, embarrass them in front of their little classmates. But to do all that, that's too much.
It was way too much. I just the way she looked, I thought there was another student. I couldn't believe when people said it was a teacher doing this because she looked like she been fighting for a long time, all her life. Because she just, I swear, she just, mm, that poor child. I know the girl gonna sue.
She does sue. I hope she sue the whole school district. Because you shouldn't be letting motherfuckers like that. I mean, this is why I feel like, even you get the teachers in here who've gone to college, who've done what they had to do to become teachers, to get their teacher certificate and all that. And you still have issues with that. That's why when I posted it, I'm like, shit, if they ain't fucking them, they fighting them. Because there's always some shit with kids. I'm not sitting here saying that all of these kids are innocent. But you have to have a temperament. You have to have an idea, knowing what kind of school district you're going into, knowing what kind of classroom you're teaching, knowing what age of kids you're dealing with. That's on you as an adult, being the grown up, to be able to handle that. Now, again, I ain't telling you let nobody strike you. If a little young nigga,
Mm-hmm.
14, 15, think he gonna get froggy and buck the system, I'm gonna beat his little ass. I ain't got no little homies no more to, let me go get my little young nigga to go handle this over, my lightweight. I don't got that no more, so he gonna have to catch these hands. But I know when I was young, shit, we accept that shit. I used to fight grown men when I was 14, 15 years old, but I knew there was a thing we always knew about. Shit, grown man strength come with that. We still some young bucks. We still trying to develop. So you better be ready. You get kicked, you gonna take a L. You might not like what happens, but we did that shit anyway. Because we was ignorant, but we knew what the consequence with that. So if a kid gonna jump up on you, hey, it is what it is. But the way that she did that to me, like I say, it was a line that could have been drawn. She could have probably prevented that situation, whatever it was, from escalating it. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So
Exactly. And I want to touch on the topic for a minute. No, I don't think that people should be putting their kids out at 18. I don't know. I don't know. Some people probably don't remember my story, but I had told my story about my low down ass stepfather. He made sure I knew that at 18 I had to be out. But I actually left at 19. Yeah, I left at 19. And I was not ready for the world. I'm telling I think when you put the kids out that young, you setting them up for people to take advantage of them. You know what I mean? Whether it be financially, in a relationship, whatever the situation may be. You know what I'm saying? Because people act like they out to help you, but they really not out. So yeah, I mean it teaches you how to be independent and live life and everything. But um, when you're not prepared, like you don't, they didn't give you the proper tools to make it in the world, then your life gonna be harder.
yeah,
You're gonna be independent. You be independent, but you struggle,
yeah.
and that's what I see a lot in the black race. We got a lot of independent, struggling people out here.
The independent struggle.
Right, like we look down on people that still live. They doing something worthwhile. They saving their money. They moving down into a house. When you left to move into an apartment.
Yeah.
But you still struggling. And then at 18, what kind of job you gonna get? Pretty much like fast food or whatever, something like that, because you probably gonna want to go to college and things like that. It's like we set our kids up for the struggle, and then wonder why they didn't make it further than we made it. Than they made. But we don't see how we contributed to their struggle, and how we gonna even think about generational wealth. We not even creating wealth for to pass on to nobody. Only thing we passing on is the struggle. Now, if you knew that putting your child out at, I mean, if you knew when your parents put you out at 18 what a struggle it was, and then you repeat the cycle, what's ever gonna happen that's gonna be better?
Okay. Because when you're too busy trying to, figure things out, you worried about your day to days, your week to week or whatever it is, you're not thinking about. A lot of people are not thinking about. Some people take the time to reflect and say, okay, this is what I need to do to make an upgrade. I got to make some sacrifices. But most people are not thinking about how to upgrade, how to educate themselves, or how to take advantage of, whatever small options are, because they're not taught. They've never seen it. They've never seen anybody do it. Because we're a copycat people. You see somebody else do it, then it becomes easier. You have an understanding. But if nobody's ever shown you anything, I mean nothing, especially when you have these kids having kids, and so they never knew anything and they never taught you anything. That's why I think it perpetuates, and so nobody ever grows. Mm-hmm.
That creates part of the problem, having kids so early. So when they get 18, hell yeah, you want them out.
Mm-hmm.
But you done had them while you was a kid. You ain't get a chance to do things that you wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
So you want them out so you can start going and doing things that you want to do before you had kids.
Yeah.
Some of it is stuff that you don't want to sacrifice like you should.
Yeah. So
But what I'm saying is, if you're gonna put them out there, have them prepared.
I agree. You got to. You definitely have to prepare the youth. But like I say, you got a lot of people who, like you say, are selfish. You have a lot of people who are. Let's see something here. Who are just, like I say, happy to get the kids out the house. They want the freedom. I didn't put up with you for 18 years. I did my job. And a lot of people, it's kind of like the saying that when they say a wise man knows what he doesn't know. I think a good parent knows where their misgivings are. And what I mean by that is you have those parents, so I did my job. I raised you. I got you here to 18. But sometimes they did so in such a shitty way. Yeah, you got there barely, but they didn't really teach you. They didn't help you grow. They didn't inspire. They didn't motivate. Because I think a parent's job is not just to raise you, but I think that there's a multitude of things they are to do. Like I say, to be your teacher, to be your number one fan, to be, like I say, a disciplinarian, to be, there's a lot of hats that you wear as a parent. Some parents don't put all the hats on. Some parents just kind of are there. You know what I'm saying? And so, again, I think a good parent knows whether or not their kid needs, but when they know, hey, well, maybe they need those hard life experiences. I've done everything that I can, so they need that next level. And other parents know, hey, well, this kid's on the right track. They can stay around and contribute. We'll come up with a plan and help get them there. Mm-hmm. But like I say, I think it comes down to every individual child. But again, I don't think all parents are adaptable as well. So I think a lot more of it falls on the parents, but I think there's levels to it.
And I think too, like in the black race, like we all too busy running an individual race and a team, but it's a team race, and that's the way the other races run it. They run it like this person gets there and the other person takes it from there. But see, we all want all the victory or the glory to ourselves, so we all running, as a pack, and then we're fighting over each other like the Crimson Bear, like paying each other up. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy.
It's true. It's like, damn, that's crazy, but it's true.
Like how they all live in a house together. Can you imagine living in a house with all of your family?
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying, though. But that's the thing. Is like, think about it being
have fun.
Exactly.
You can't get along.
Imagine Thanksgiving every day.
Exactly. But see, I think other races actually like each other in the family, which I think it makes it easier to work together when you actually like each other.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. But I think also, when everybody's pulling their weight, nobody's really seeing each other that much. So, I see you for a couple of minutes. I deal with you for a couple of minutes. Then I got to go to work. I come back for a couple of minutes. I got to go to school. Or I come back for a couple of minutes. I got to, go run the business. So I see you when I see you. But we all kind of coming and going. So it's not like I'm a couch potato, you a couch potato. We all just here all together all the time. I'm fighting over the remote to try to watch some TV or do something like so. I think that's a different dynamic. But when everybody kind of doing nothing or everybody kind of has menial activities going on, then yeah, you're gonna cross paths a little bit too much, and human nature is what it is. But I think part of that is valuing independence, and there's nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, I think you got to know when you got to sacrifice, and sometimes it might be better to sacrifice a little independence in the short term to maximize your freedom in the long term. But a lot of black folks, as soon as they get the opportunity, pew, they out the front door like a dog who's been locked up all day. You know what I'm saying? Once he get that chance, that door get cracked open, and somebody forget to put him on a leash or whatever, that motherfucker gone, he down the block. You know what I'm saying? And so,
Exactly. And then like people live with you and want to help with the bills, And then if you live in here, we all supposed to work together so it don't all be on one person. Everybody want to be pretty sick and act like they ain't got their check or they check is short and, just be too much, instead of working together. Like the way I see other races do. Like it don't matter who's putting the food in there. Like we all eat, everybody contributing. You collect this one from everybody.
yeah, I agree, and that's really what it is. Everybody put in a little something. Everybody get in something. And I think, what is it? What's the saying?
You got too many users and losers and like that. And I mean it just like this. No race.
What's the saying that the sum of the sum of the collected parts is greater than the whole, or something like that? And that's kind of where it is. That's kind of when everybody puts in, you get something greater out of it than you will than just the numbers. But again, you have to have people who want to subscribe to that mentality. But a lot of us are not. I mean, you think about the music and stuff, and that's why I say it's part of the culture. Because think about all the songs, man. Fuck everybody, fuck you, fuck this, fuck that. All I need is me, independent this, independent. So we almost programmed not to want to deal with each other. I'm ready to get my own. I'm ready to do this. So you have certain places where shit. I remember motherfuckers saying in New York that the girls would get pregnant at, 14, 15 because they would give them their own spot just to get out from under their mama house, The dudes would do it deliberately.
Just Sarah donated $10. Honcho sacrificed that shirt hashtag TOPLESSHONCHO.
One of these days, look, when I get a solid month in the gym and a solid couple of months of running, I'm open up a premium Snapchat for the ladies. If any of y'all niggas try to sign up for my premium Snapchat, I'm banning y'all from the den, and if y'all niggas in the South, y'all get banned from the South too. But yeah, one day I'll do something special for the ladies.
I ain't calling for no damn back cave. You shut the hell up.
No, it ain't about being perfect. I just gotta tighten. I gotta tighten up on my backstroke. No, trust me. A month is not gonna make it perfect, but a month would be a little bit better than where it is now. A good solid month of running in, solid month in the gym. Muscle memory will kick in. I'll be looking like something decent. But yeah, give me about a month, maybe the new year, maybe Happy New Year. I don't know. But yeah, that's all I got though.
That's all I really got too, since I'm mumbling in the back cave. I guess I'll let the next caller call in.
Okay. Well,
these people is crazy. They lucky I don't feel like getting on their ass tonight.
we got Sweet Rashida tonight, so she's gonna let y'all make it. So y'all better be thankful. Otherwise,
let y'all make it this time.
All right, well, Miss Rashida,
y'all better leave Broderick alone.
Uh-oh.
No more no smoke.
Well, whether you're mumbling or not, Miss Rashida, I love your call, so I appreciate it.
All right.
You have a good evening. I appreciate you for calling me.
You do. You gave me all my pistachios, right?
Yeah, let me make sure I get your pistachios for this call. I think I owe Miss Bell some too. So glad you said that. So let me get those in. I got you. I'm gonna put them in your account right now.
You know what? You owe me some pistachios, some interest off the pistachios.
What?
Because you was late with my pistachios from the other day.
I paid those
You ain't
pistachios.
pulled up on shit, Professor Trill. Stop your bullshit. You ain't pulled up on the goddamn thing. You pulled up at Taco Bell. That's the only damn pulling up you did. Now you better get going, goddamn.
Oh, y'all be trying to do me because look, I made a list now. So I made a list and I made sure I checked off my list. And so I did repay the pistachio. They took a couple of days, but I finally got them.
Right, I didn't get my interest.
Interest. What was the interest rate on that?
You were late.
I don't remember what the discussed interest rate was on on those said pistachios.
Oh, we don't have to do no discussion.
Oh, okay.
It's understood. I'm gonna get off the line if I can let somebody else.
All right, that's a bit, Miss Rashida. I appreciate you calling in, though.
You always trying to put Honcho with something. Honcho ain't got shit to do with me and you send me the bill receipt. Stop putting him in our business. You got a problem with me, you know how to understand me.
Okay. we go see what we got going on there.
Right. You ain't gotta be no little man.
I'm looking for said receipts. Look, I'm gonna pull them up whenever we have debate day. I'm gonna say the receipts and we gonna pull them up. We gonna see them. Like, oh. We gonna see what we got going on here. Already. All right, Miss Rashida. I appreciate you calling. No, you too.
All right.
All right, good evening.
Good night.
Let's see. Who is called? Damn. Hello? You okay?
Shaking my head.
I mean, are you alive? That was that
No,
cough.
I'm smoking.
I was about to say that's you know.
Yeah,
what
loud.
Yeah, it was loud, all right.
Oh, that's a lot.
Well, keep that loud, quiet, goddamn.
Yes.
When you're on the Denline, what's on your mind, Angela?
So we talk about kicking your kids out at 18. First of all, your kids are supposed to be going to college at 18. Okay? So their primary residence should be your residence at 18. 18 is still a baby. It's still a baby. I don't care how much you think you're grown. Still a baby. So, I mean, I wouldn't even think of sort of thing as kicking your kids out at 18. Now, as far as that teacher, okay, first of all, I know what I can do, what I can and cannot do in my occupation. I've never applied to be a bus driver, a school teacher, or nothing like that because I know I don't play with kids. Like, I don't play with disrespect, so I don't apply for shit like that. Because you know what you can and cannot do, regardless of the money. Like, all money ain't good money. You see what I'm saying? Like, she knew she couldn't do that. So how the hell she beat the shit out of that kid like that? And like I said in the comment, you beat my kid like that? You remember that old movie with Sean Penn? When he went, I forgot what that movie was called. He went to prison when they killed his brother. He did something just to get in prison, to get to the person that killed his brother. See, that will be me. That will be me. Can't do it. Okay? She went too far. She knew she couldn't do no shit like that. Why did she even decide to be a teacher? Feel me?
Yeah,
like, why?
I don't know that movie. Somebody said, "Well, Bad Boys," Delta Echo Golf said, "Bad Boys 1980." Okay, I'm gonna check that out. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. The teacher.
It was something like that, but that movie, that's a good movie. Like, but that's for real. Like, if you did so, if you beat my kid like that, if you beat my kid down, first of all, my girls would have swung back on that bill all day. They would have. They would have. They would have swung back on them. Like, they wouldn't have folded up like that and got their ass kicked, whether if it was adult or not. But my thing is this. Why did you apply for that job?
But what if that just happened to be one particular extremely unruly child that maybe she didn't expect it would get that wild? What if that kid was just really out of line?
Well, even if the kid was out of line, that's your job. Like, you can't, I mean, that's your job. Like, there's a lot of kids that's out of line and unruly. That's why I didn't never apply to be a bus driver, a teacher, a kindergarten teacher, a preschool worker, a daycare worker. You know what you can and cannot handle. Like, it doesn't matter even if that kid called you all kind of bitches from the depth of earth. You don't touch children. You don't touch other people's kids. Now, when I grew up, the SWATs and all that we got SWATs. We got all that. You can't do that now. But the point is, you know what's going on these days. Why am I echoing, Ed?
I don't know. You tell me.
I mean, I ain't got nothing on. Like, that's you. Why am I echoing, Ed?
I don't know. I don't hear an echo from you.
You don't hear no echo? I do.
I don't hear any echo. Only echo that I see is Delta Echo Golf. That's all I got. I hear no echo.
Hey, listen, I got to say this. This is off topic, but Miss Bell, stop saying you got to get yours in first because you go to bed or whatever when you be here the whole damn live stream. Girl, you just want to be first, honey. I love you to death, but you just want to be first. Okay? Because you hear the whole stream. You hear the whole stream. So I got to get mine in first. No, you just want to be first. Love you to death, but that's what it is.
I think you hate because you be on. I think you hate because you be on CPT.
No, I'm just saying. She just be like, I got to get mine in first because I got to do what you got to do because you hear the whole stream.
Maybe she got.
You
she
just
might
want to be.
Just say
I want to be first. No, you just say I want to be first. It ain't because of you going to bed or anything. Because you hear the whole stream.
Tough.
I'm just saying. Okay, I love her to death. She cool with me. She alright. But just stop it.
Interesting.
Rise up. I forgot to say rise up.
No,
I forgot to say rise the fuck up.
Why are you saying that? I mean, I'm just being serious. How many games do y'all win?
Because that's what I'm always say.
But why?
Because that's what I'm always say.
Why? I mean, come on, it's a bad look.
Because I'm not a bandwagoner. I'm a Falcons fan.
I mean, but that's not a good thing either. You're probably better off being a bandwagoner than a Falcons fan.
And I'm a Sooner fan. And I'm a Braves fan. And I'm a Hawks fan.
You might want to be a later fan than a Sooner fan. The Braves, well, they definitely were scared out of the playoffs. And then you're a Hawks fan? That's terrible. Trae Young?
Yes, sir. I am.
Talking about Trae Young with the baby hair?
Yeah, he came from Oklahoma. I got both jerseys too.
It's terrible. Burn
I
both.
just love it.
Time both together.
I just love it.
Time both together and burn them both at the same time.
No, I will not. I will not.
Okay. I'm just offering you some advice. Yeah. Okay.
But I know one thing though. So to get back on topic, that teacher, her ass will be beat. Either way it go, in jail. When she bond out.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, that's what I meant. What you were saying. That you were talking about. You would go to prison. Like I love
that
my kids.
Teacher. Well, she should have never applied for that job.
Yeah, I mean, hey, maybe she needed some money. Maybe she was trying to make a living.
I'm not gonna apply for that job because I don't take disrespect from children.
I think you're afraid a kid might whoop your ass.
Maybe, but I don't take disrespect. Shit, I'm just saying. Maybe. That's why I won't apply for no job like that.
Okay. That's terrible. That's terrible. But so how much of that really though is to blame on the teacher? How much is to blame on the kid? Because what if the parents
The
are
kid
not doing
probably
the job?
was disrespectful. Hey, listen, these kids are very disrespectful, Ed. Very. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is still a kid, and you cannot, as a teacher, put your hands on a kid like that. You can't. So, and the kid was disrespectful. And look, the kid probably getting on her fucking nerve the whole goddamn year. But still.
But she ain't worked for 16 days. What you mean the whole damn year? She the sub, so she ain't even in the same class. Well, unless a teacher like out because they pregnant or some shit. But she probably ain't even in the same class that much.
Even if the kid got on her nerves for one time, she still can't do that though. That's why you don't go for jobs like that. If you know you can't, I know I can't.
Okay. Well, at least you know your boundaries, so that's a smart thing, because don't put yourself in a
That's
situation
what
where
you gotta know your boundaries. Like I will be on the news, just like she is. So that's why I never applied for shit like that.
Okay. Yeah, that's unfortunate though. Like I say, but ultimately, I think two things happen. That teacher is going to jail now, and that kid probably, if he was talking back, they will never talk back to another teacher again. It's fucked up.
Exactly.
It's fucked up.
That
I don't mean
kid
to
won't
laugh
talk
at the
back
kid.
to another teacher, right?
But
If she going to jail. So nobody went. Well, actually, she won. Because that kid going to shut their damn mouth. But I'm not taking one for the team. Because I don't want to be in jail.
But she lost. She in jail. Nah, she did look kind of manly. She did look like she might be one of them carpet cleaners. So she might have won. She might have one. If she go to prison for a little while, she going to be in the proper community to engage in those activities she like. Because she looks like she enjoys that. She was a tough looking one. You couldn't see her from too much from the facial area, but she looked
but why she had
well
on
built.
what she had on? Why she had on Tim's and shit? Like she came to school ready to fight. Like what the fuck?
She might have. She might have been at home the whole day. This little bitch tell me something today. I'm gonna beat the brakes off this little bitch. I'm gonna fuck this bitch up.
That's exactly what it looked like.
She might have been applying that shit.
Okay, I'm gonna get off now. I'm gonna listen. Since they say that you take more time with me, I'm gonna get off. Let me see. It ain't been that long, even though I was on hold 15 minutes. So I'm gonna go and get off and listen.
Okay, when you go back to that loud, hit it 2 times for your boy. I've been out the loop for a while, so hit that 2 times for your boy. I greatly appreciate that.
Gotcha.
All
right.
Well, thanks for the call, Miss Meek.
Rise up.
Sit your ass down. Here's the deal. We're gonna go about another 30 more minutes or so. So if you want to get your call in, it's all good. Mixer crew, do y'all want some mixer crew action tonight? Ain't no Texans game tomorrow, so I could do a little mixer crew. I finished the Outer Worlds last night, so there's that. Cam 2020, good grief. Cam gone. Who Cam gonna play for next year? This ain't soft sports, but Cam definitely gonna be out of there. You gonna be rooting for Cam in Chicago or fucking. And they're gonna be playing for the Titans and shit. So yeah, enjoy that. Cause Cam gone. Cam out. Ain't finna pay that nigga no money. What, $20 million? Shit. Good luck with that. Keep dreaming. They gonna have to find a new boutique. This nigga shops at boutiques. What kind of man does that? I got questions about Cam. This nigga don't go to the store. This nigga goes to the boutique. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
What's up, Henchy? It's Jason S.
Jason S. The man from the area, the eyewitness by proxy of the incident that took place with the teacher that we were mentioning. So tell me about what happened, what you heard, you being a resident of the area and all.
Well, I saw a girl get the shit beat out of her. For one.
That's tough. Now that is a school that you formerly attended or are currently attending?
It was the school that I formerly attended.
Okay. And so of the two schools, would that be known as a school that was maybe a little bit more problematic?
Yes. Lehman High is very. It has a lot of problems. There's a lot of fights. Truth be told, I think there was either 18 or 19 in the first 3 or 4 weeks.
That's interesting.
And this is a school that has been threatened to get shot up because actually there's a little story behind this. A student got. Damn, I can hear the echo. I agree with Mrs. B. I can hear an echo.
I wonder if it has to do with maybe my headphones playing back and to the mic. Tell me if you hear it now.
Yeah, or it could be because I'm on speakerphone. But anyways, so a student got stabbed, and the stabber allegedly threatened to shoot up the school, although he was in custody. So of course, it didn't happen. But where my problem is that the principal sent out an email to the parents saying that threat was directed to another school. So if that school shooting was to happen, there's a lot of kids that their lives would be in danger. So if you went to Lehman High School the day after the stabbing, there were just 3 words for you. You are fucked. Either you or you will be screwed.
So the victim of the stabbing, how were they? That happened in Texas. Yes, it happened. The whole beatdown took place in Texas. So I mean, because like I said, you seem like you had posted some things earlier that you kind of were sad about switching schools. Do you miss the school now? Have you ever had an encounter with that student or possibly that teacher? I think they said she's a new sub. So are you familiar? Do you know who that student was? Were you familiar with them?
Well, they didn't give the name, so there's not really a way that I could possibly be familiar with the student, and there's no way that I can be familiar with the sub either, because I never knew. I don't think I ever had. Let's see. Are you cool with me dropping the sub's name?
I don't give a shit about that bitch. Say her name. Shit.
All right. All right. All right. So the dyke's name was Tiffany Langford. I don't think I ever had her as a sub. I don't think so. I've never had a bitch that was black and all musty. Like, God damn. If they called Jerome Bettis the bus, they ought to call that bitch the semi truck. Like, Jesus.
Interesting. I'll have to look this Tiffany Langford up. So I mean, I thought you was good in the hood, man. I thought you was plugged into the streets, Jason. You're supposed to know on the low. You're supposed to have the connection to know who the student was. But question someone asked was Lehman. How are their sports teams? How are their sports teams?
They're pretty ass. This season, they won their first game in like 2 years in football.
So you're telling me Kenneth goes to Lehman? Is that what it is? Because Kenneth has been taking L's all season.
As a matter of fact, I feel like Kenneth probably carried that team on his back.
That's real bad. That's terrible.
He carried that goddamn team on his
But
back.
where's he going to fit that team on his back when he's carrying all those other girls' backpacks, to class? It's going to be. I don't think he has that much room to do that. But what about the basketball team?
I don't know about the fucking basketball team. Goddamn.
Wow.
I don't really pay attention to. I really pay attention to basketball.
That's tough.
But actually, now that I think about it, I think the women's team kind of made some strides. I went to one of their games. It was during the school day, so I ended up having to go because I was in PE, so it was basically mandatory for us to go. And I do remember they actually did pretty cool for when I was there. I was mostly on my phone the entire time. I really did not care about the game. But for what it was worth, I mean, I guess they did pretty okay. So the rest of the sports I didn't follow. Neither did I care to. I know it was either soccer or volleyball that made the playoffs, but I don't remember.
Okay. All right. So I mean, has this ever been a thing that has happened out there before, as far as a teacher-student altercation of that magnitude?
Not that I remember. I don't remember subs or students getting into it. I do remember. Although, wait. Oh no, there was an altercation between a student and a teacher who was my 8th grade math teacher. This was in middle school. My 8th grade math teacher ended up getting in a fight with one of the students, which I was a bit upset at. And I knew the math teacher is actually a pretty cool dude. So I got pretty upset. I got pretty upset at that.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. Who won, the kid or the teacher?
Oh, they didn't say. I asked if the teacher won, but I didn't get a reply back. I never got an answer to that.
Okay.
So, but I hope the teacher. I hope the 8th grade math teacher is okay. I don't care about the sub. And let me make it clear. The kids at Lehman aren't really the best people around, but they certainly don't really need that. And my guess for the sub beating up the kid is like, maybe, I don't know, maybe the kid did something to piss her off, or the sub was just in a crappy mood and the kid was just making it worse. But I don't believe that. And shout out to the dude who said that there was like another angle where the kid was kind of hitting the sub. But even then, if that was the case, the student didn't deserve to get rocked like that. Like, jeez.
Hey, I mean,
would you say, okay, I'm going to bring up and I'm about to end the call, so don't worry to anybody who still wants to get on the line. I'm going to give you 2 examples, one from Lehman and then one from Hayes. So we have the example at Lehman, and then I had a sub at Hayes where the kids were being all kinds of rude, and the sub went out of the classroom and went to go get another teacher. Who do you think who do you think handled it better? I already know the answer, but who do you think handled it better?
I mean, did the sub get another teacher so they could jump the kid?
Probably. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, yeah, that's what you want to do, but again, like I say, if that kid did strike the teacher, there's human nature. There's a lot of things going into it. I think you have to be more disciplined than that when you're in a position of authority and you have these kind of things going on. A little check swing, it might be all right. But my thing is this, to beat that kid down the way she did. That's unacceptable. You definitely try to go, get what do they call them, fucking school resource officers or whatever they call them, or go do something, let them handle it. Because when you're playing that kind of game, you're an adult that's a kid. No matter how you look at it, you're going to jail now. And so it's going to be unfortunate for you, that outcome. Regardless of how things transpire, regardless of, what happened, you're going to be looked at as the bad guy. So it is what it is.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and get off the line and let everybody else go ahead and call in.
All right. Well, I appreciate you calling in and giving us a little insight on that, Jason S.
Anytime.
Good evening. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
You know who it is.
Yeah, well, I don't know, man. I don't ever really know, because sometimes it'd be the professor, sometimes it could be Jay. So I don't know. You got to let us know.
It's always Professor.
Okay. All right.
It's just my alter ego sometimes.
Okay.
So, what did you think about them receipts?
Very interesting. They seem to state a lot of evidence. Miss Rashida
Absolutely.
is going to be pretty tough to dispute that. So
Yeah.
I don't know what you have to say for yourself, ma'am, but I think Professor Trill solidified his case. If this was the people's court, I'd have to rule in his favor.
But anyway, I'll move past that. I really want to know what that little girl said, dog. What in the fuck? Like, what in the fuck would prompt an ass whooping of those proportions?
Man.
Shit. I'm trying to think of, like, worst case scenario, like maybe the sub just lost a son and she made a reference to it or something.
Yeah.
Maybe she made a reference to somebody that just passed and it was still fresh or something. I don't know. I'm just talking, but
Yeah.
damn, like for her to react like that though,
Yeah.
it had to be something serious. Unless she's just crazy as hell.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. Dakota said he sent the other angle, so as you take it, I'm trying to see what's going on here. Okay. Oh my God, it's still so brutal. So okay, the other angle does show it looks like the sub is standing over her, like saying something, I guess, trying to get a point across. And then the girl swings and hits her. And then after that, she unleashes the hounds of hell upon that ass.
Oh, so she hit the teacher.
Yeah, so she was
substitute.
Yeah, she hit the substitute first. So like she threw a little weak ass hook. I guess she wasn't. That's like
So from a sitting position.
Yeah.
Oh, she fucking stupid.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
yeah, she wanted to get her ass whooped. That just don't make sense.
Yeah, exactly. That's my thing. It's like, yeah,
because if you really want to fight, you would have got up and handled her ass.
Yeah. So
who the fuck's this dog? Cause see, look, this is one of those examples where she just knew because of her status that teacher wasn't gonna do shit to her, and got proved wrong.
Yeah.
It's just like these women out here think they Billy Badass, put their hands on a man, then they get tagged back, and all of a sudden, you the bad guy.
Exactly. Yeah, now that makes me think differently after seeing that angle. Again, but I think, with the student only being 16, of course, we know how the law is going to handle that and everything else that's
going on. Yeah, it's not going to be in her favor at all.
But, they may, depending on how good your lawyer is, you may not have to do some time. You might be able to, you may be in a probationary situation for a while. But yeah, she threw like a little weak ass hook, and it was like when she I guess you could say it landed. The teacher looked more like shocked that you would even attempt such a thing. Like you realize you're in an inferior position right now. I guess it's not. Let me go ahead and handle up real quick. And she beat the dog shit out of that girl. Like That girl's life flashed before her eyes.
I wouldn't say beat the dog shit. She only hit her with a 3-piece.
But those
and then the biscuits when she slammed on the floor, and then she gave her that sweet pea when she was walking away.
Man, but those wasn't.
So she gave her the whole thing.
But the 3-piece wasn't. It wasn't no wings. You know what I'm saying? It was like a 3-piece breast piece or something. You know, he had like 3 breasts or something in that bitch. Cause them hoes was a little intense. Like there was some rocking going on. She was done before the third one because the way she barely grabbed it when she flung out the ground. But that stomp at the end was the. I think if she might not have stomped, if she might not have stomped her, she might have had a more favorable situation. But I think that addition of that stomp at the end and then kind of coming back and standing over and saying whatever she said. It really made it a bad look. Now, if she'd have got hit and then she'd have kind of, rocked her a couple of times and then made it said, hey, I was trying to protect myself. I thought, I was about to get attacked or whatever it was. But after you threw her on the ground and she was clearly out of there after you drug her out of the desk and then stomped her, I think that's where you fucked up.
I don't think at no point in that video that lady was trying to protect herself.
No, absolutely not. But I mean,
she sent that little girl a message, man. Straight up.
Yeah.
And she received it.
Oh yeah.
Loud and clear.
Yeah. But see, that little girl will probably be at home hitting on her mama. That's because that's the kind of way that shit looked like a get out my face. And it's one of them type of little, I'm gonna hit you just to let you know I'm feisty, and she probably used to somebody not hitting her back or not, and well. Sometimes
the little girl look light skinned. You know how they do.
Yeah, so it has changed. So it is what it is. But yeah, I mean, like I say, seeing it from that angle makes me have a different perspective on it. Just because the student struck first, if you want to call it that, but she was still definitely on the receiving end of a bad situation.
That just goes to show you the times that we in nowadays. Mm-hmm. And I ain't gonna say that people are soft or whatever, even though we know it's true. But it's just certain shit that you can't do no more. That back then, shit, if you put your hands on somebody, you asking for it.
Mm-hmm.
That's an invitation for a fight. That's just like I had a dude the other day. We was standing in line. Matter of fact, finna laugh your ass off. It was at Popeyes because I was finna get me one of them sandwiches. Goddamn right.
You gotta be careful. I hope you take your strap with you when you go into Popeyes, man. It's a dangerous situation. That's like going in. That's like crossing MLK. If you go to Popeyes, man, you crossing MLK in a random city anywhere. But go ahead.
Anyway, so he was already in line. I walk up from the side, and then he just kind of, looked me up and down. Now, Honcho, you know where we from. When you look somebody in their eye and then look at their feet and then look them back up, what that mean?
You sizing up. Like, you ready to get
Exactly. Yeah. So I look at this motherfucker. The fuck you looking at? Just straight up. Yeah. Straight up out of nowhere. Everybody turned around and looked. I say, man, you don't look nobody up and down like that. You get your ass whooped right here in this fucking Popeyes line. Fuck wrong with you?
Yeah.
Oh, no. I didn't mean, what the fuck you looking at there? I didn't let it go.
Yeah.
That motherfucker gave me his place in line and everything. I couldn't front of all them people. Ain't nobody tell me shit.
We'll see. Well, sometimes when keeping it real goes right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it worked out in my favor. But guess what? I get to the fucking thing. I tell the lady, I want 2 chicken sandwiches, but I don't want them with no sauce.
Yeah.
But I want the spicy one. She said, well, it won't be spicy if you don't get it with the sauce.
Exactly.
I said, no, I want it with the spicy chicken. The bread and shit. She's like, no, they made the same.
Yeah.
I said, no. I said, it's just like saying that your mild chicken and your spicy chicken is made the same.
Yeah.
I want the chicken breast and the spicy chicken batter. That's what the fuck I want. No, sir, we don't make them like that. I said, you know what? Never mind. Turn around and walk the fuck up out of there.
Yeah.
I left.
Yeah, that's what they made.
That wasn't right.
That's what they hit me with. Like I say, when I was before the chicken zombie apocalypse happened. That's what they said. That's what they told me. It was like it's just the sauce. It's the little spicy mayo or whatever. It's the only difference.
No, it's not.
But that's what they were saying at the whatchamacallit, that they didn't make them in the thing. They did. The only thing was the difference was the damn whatchamacallit. I just say put my shit on the side because y'all put too much of that shit on there. That shit is
exactly.
That's the only thing that be pissing me off. But they slather that shit on there. That shit is disgusting. But man, you're a follower of Tony Baker. You say you follow. Did you see the video I was talking about?
No, I haven't seen it yet. I think my brother sent it to me, but I just didn't watch it.
Man, if you see that shit, it's the kick that this dude does. The dude is too swole. Like I see, you know the motherfuckers every time they be too swole, like they can't even put their arms at their side and shit. So the way he opened up this fucking door, he opened it all crazy like he about to rip this hoe off the head. And this nigga just walked straight in there and kicked this kick. It looks so fucking, it looks like an old UFC kick. And he kicked the shit out of this motherfucking this tray or whatever. These donuts go flying. But I'm not gonna ruin it. Just watch the background. Well, you watch the kick and all that first, but when the next time you watch, because you're gonna watch it 2 or 3 times. Just watch the background of that. But did you see the Popeyes video? There was a white lady, and apparently she was calling the in Memphis, and I guess she called the worker a nigger or something like that. And this is like the second time this has happened. And the results of that, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Okay, y'all know I don't be tripping on a lot of shit, but everybody doesn't think like this. So.
I think you got it wrong. The one I saw was a white band.
Oh no, there's another one
calling them niggas,
no,
and it was it was a lobby full of niggas.
Yeah.
Like, this motherfucker is a baby gazelle in a fucking den of lions.
Yeah.
And the lions is all awake and hungry than a motherfucker.
Literally.
And you gonna call one of them a nigga with the hard ER. Boy, you need to quit.
But see, then he try to punk somebody on the way out. Get the fuck out of my way. But I seen that one.
Yeah, look here, man. I'm trying to tell you something. Somebody got them motherfuckers feeling like they could get away with that shit.
Man.
I ain't saying no names and I ain't pointing no fingers.
Man,
but I'm saying, though, where they do that at?
All I'm telling y'all is if y'all feeling froggy, don't do it in the most urban environments. That if you gonna play that game, at least try to have odds in your favor. Hopefully, there's some other people.
It's like I said, you could do it all you want to, but be prepared for the consequences. Man, I'm telling you.
Look, let me tell you what happened to the lady, because I seen that one, but there's another one that came out I think today with the lady. She was in Memphis, Tennessee, or Nashville, one of them. Now, first I guess she said something, she was gonna smack one of them or do whatever, and they was trying to get her up out of there. She didn't want to leave. The lady, the manager would have had them call the laws on you or whatever. They gonna have you force you to move. So then they had an outside camera, because one was a cell phone from the inside. Then there was a camera angle from the actual venue. It showed her coming outside, and then somebody had a third angle from in a car. And when I say she went outside, and there's a mob of niggas behind her, a nigga picked her ass up and suplexed the fuck out of this old lady. And she was laying there.
Wait a minute, it was a dude that did that?
Yeah, and that's why I say, that's where you have to pick and choose. You know what I'm saying? Because, you look, niggas, you getting emotional and all this other stuff, but there's certain things you can and can't do. She was old. There's an old white lady, and it was a young nigga. He was rather large. And some of them niggas like, man, you tripping, fool. You can't do that. Let one of them other females that was out there running with you. But if they gonna do something, but you getting to, you letting that shit, I guess, overwhelm you, whatever. He picked up and body slammed the fuck out of her. I was like, ooh. I almost felt bad for her.
I'm gonna have to look for that one.
Then I realized why. I think I got on the thing. I'll see if I can send it to you through the DM or whatever. Because I want to say Beyond the Funny nigga sent it to me. But when I say it was. Man,
you know what? On the side note, that nigga is a goddamn fool. I swear to God, some of the shit that nigga be posting, that nigga be having me dying. And he be talking about certain people in my family, and as soon as I get it, I screenshot that shit and send it directly to the family member. That's what I do. I don't give a fuck. I get on everybody's ass. Trust and believe. It ain't just y'all at the den.
Yeah, I can't lie.
My family members know what's up when I come around.
Yeah, Beyond probably got he has one of the funniest Instagrams on IG.
Man,
if you ain't following Beyond the Funny nigga, you definitely missing
I don't
out.
know what I know I'm a random nigga sometimes with some of the shit I think of. Where this nigga come up with this shit, I do not know.
That shit be killing me.
I just don't know.
That shit be killing me. And then the funniest thing though is because he had a podcast that the little preview the other day, and that he had one of the little chicks on there, and she kept smiling. And he getting ready to do the intro or something. If you don't quit fucking smiling or something, he said, I died. I'm literally LOL, laughing out loud. That shit was funny as shit, man. Just because I was looking at him like, damn, she cheesing like a motherfucker, like she nervous or whatever. Like, if you don't quit fucking smiling, like, oh, this nigga killing me, man. But yeah, he the lady that got hit with the blender, who was in the wrong, she was in the wrong for that.
Oh,
She was in the wrong for that because she shouldn't have threw that food. Like I get you being frustrated and all that
true.
shit, but she shouldn't have threw that shit. But she gonna get a check, and like I said, if she get a check, if I'm that employee and I lost my job, I'm suing her ass because she assaulted me first. I don't care if it was some old soft ass burgers.
But see, here again, it's the same shit I was just saying. You could do that, but you got to be prepared for the consequences.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Well, she thought that because they employees and they own their job, that they can't retaliate until one of them retaliates. I'm telling you, man, people got to stop that shit.
You got to realize.
Stop assuming that a motherfucker ain't going to do you something back.
Yeah. Niggerism supersedes employment. Okay? Just remember that at all times. Niggerism supersedes employment in all factors. Niggas is willing to lose their job, go to jail, and sometimes die over their respect. So, you better keep that in mind, especially even in these fast food places. You may feel high and mighty or holier than thou when you're dealing with some of these kind, but realize you're in a real fragile situation. So there's that. Heidi, yes, this show is racist. It gets even more racist.
Let me ask you a question since we're talking about that, Honcho.
All right.
Name the time at any restaurant or fast food place anywhere where you had to go off on somebody.
I don't know if I've really ever had a situation where I just really had to lose it on somebody. I really got to think about this one. I mean, the only time I think the only time that I've had to go off, because I don't really snap. You fuck my order up, I'm gonna come and handle it cordially. I'm not finna, trip too much. I haven't ever had to wait a long ass time to get anything. Only time I had to go off was when I was working in one of the motherfuckers. Really, and that was going off on my goddamn manager because he was tripping. He don't know what the fuck he thought was going on. But other than that, I ain't never really had to snap. I ain't never really had to have an issue with it.
Mine came at a Mexican restaurant in Denver. And I really didn't go off, but I just had to make my feelings known at the time. I was a lot younger then. This was probably back in, 2005? And we were under some unfortunate circumstances due to Hurricane Rita. So we ended up evacuating to Colorado because we couldn't get into Dallas, but we was trying to go. And I didn't have enough gas to sit through that traffic. But nonetheless, we ended up there. So it was me and my cousin, and we were staying at my uncle's house with him and his family. Now, if y'all have heard Miss Ashley speak, that's exactly how my uncle and his family speaks. They speak very proper. So when you get two goddamn fools straight out of Port Arthur and mix that in with that, it's a bunch of curiosity going on. Like, why y'all talk like this? Why y'all dress like that? So it was a bunch of this shit. But anyway, we get into the restaurant, right? So I order some chicken fajita nachos. Typical shit. I mean, come on, man. How can you fuck up some nachos?
Exactly.
So we waiting, get our food, and she put this shit in front of me, and I'm looking at it. I'm already hungry than the bitch too. And I'm looking at this shit. I'm like, what's this? So I looked at him. I said, hey, nah, I ain't want no appetizer, bro. I wanted the nachos. And he looked at me. He said, those are the nachos. And I looked at it. These motherfuckers, they took like some chips, right? And then laid them out all fancy, like around the edge of the plate. Put some chicken, cheese, and the rest of that shit on each individual chip with the little dipping shit in the middle.
What the fuck?
Yes. See, I'm just looking at it. And my cousin, my kinfolk, he laughing his ass off because he already know what's going to come. Now, my two little cousins, who are both females, they were real protective of children. So they ain't never heard nobody. I say, hey, can I speak to your manager? And then my uncle was like, oh, shit. My uncle know him. My aunt, she was like one of those real prissy motherfuckers. So she knew what was coming, but she was embarrassed. And so the manager came out. I say, man, what the fuck is this? And then he was like, I say, y'all call these nachos? And he was like, well, yeah. I say, bro, this is fucking chicken and chips on a plate. I don't want this shit. I want some fucking nachos. I say, you know what? I say, bring your goddamn cook out here. Let me tell y'all how to make nachos. You take a handful of chips, right? You just grab your fucking hand in the bag and just put the chips on the plate. It ain't supposed to be pretty. You put some meat and some beans and cheese on that shit, and then all the rest of it on top. It's supposed to be piled up 3-4 inches high when you get done. Not this old pretty ass shit. I said, I don't want this. I want some real fucking nachos. Can I get some nachos? What my uncle is paying for and what I ordered. That's what I want. Now, by this time, I wasn't paying attention. The whole restaurant had went quiet. Now, we the only niggas in here, except for another black couple. They looked like they was in their late 30s, maybe early 40s. It was a husband and wife. They was in the little table next to us. And so everybody else had gotten quiet. My aunt had her head down because she was embarrassed. My cousins, they fucking jaw was sitting on the table because they was like, oh, my God. He just said this shit out loud. And my uncle, he laughing hysterically. My cousin is laughing hysterically because they know. Like, come on, bro, you can't do us like that. So anyway, after everything settled down, they brought me a plate of fucking nachos out. And they put way more on there than I was expecting. Yeah. But they did it right. Yeah. So about 15 minutes go by, and we hear somebody from the table next to us. He was like, oh, no. He said, I don't want this. I want mine to look like his. It was a black dude at the table next to me ordered the same shit off. And he's sitting back for them to make it the same way I ordered mine. I told her, I said, yeah, you tell them motherfuckers. Fix the goddamn nachos around this bitch. Hey, I said it just like that too. And the white people were just like, oh my God, the niggers. But, hey, bro, I'm from Texas. I'm in there. I got a gold grill, piece and chain, starchy archy jeans, brand new J's on my feet. I'm representing for real. You know what I'm saying? That was some funny shit. Man. That was some funny shit. My cousin is like, oh my God, I can't believe you did that. I say, hey, man, sometimes you got to tell them motherfuckers.
But the shit gets results. That's the ultimate situation is getting the results that you wanted.
Got my shit for free.
Oh,
they ain't charged my uncle for it.
Oh, yeah, that's a win.
Yep. And I ate off of it again later, and my kinfolk. We both finished it off later on. Saving money.
There's a couple of things here, Shirley, you may want to address in the chat. I'm just going to leave it like that. Miss Meat has had some comments.
Nah, tell me what they said. Tell me what they said.
Miss Meat has had some comments about the city of Port Arthur.
Oh, word. I heard your shot too, Broderick. That's why I timed your ass out. You already know why I timed your ass out as soon as you came up in here. I heard that shit you said about my city, man. Come see about me. Come on down here and see about me then. I'll meet you between here and Lamarck. Goddamn, come see about me. But anyway, now what did Angela have to say?
Angela made a reference of everyone that she knows from Port Arthur being identical to the associations that we have with the city of Atlanta, if you catch my drift.
Really?
Yes. A little weak in the wrist.
I don't know what to say that, but at the same time, look where you at. So if they're over there with you, they left the fuck out of Port Arthur. There you go. They're right there where they're supposed to be. They got the fuck up out of here. So, yeah, I mean, that shit everywhere. I ain't saying that it ain't in PA. Hey, it's some trill niggas out there, and there's a bunch of bitch niggas out there. There's more bitch niggas than trill niggas. That's the way it is, but that's everywhere. They don't make niggas like they used to. They don't.
Yes, and I think Mr. Broderick has reiterated his statements on Port Arthur. So
I'm sure he has. I'm sure he has. And the next time I go to Lamarck, if I get his phone number, I'm gonna send him that same shit I sent Rashid, and we gonna see what he talking about.
When she says everyone she knows, see now, Miss Beat, the way you worded that sentence, it kind of makes me question your motives. She said everyone I know is gay, period, and then you have they're still in Port Arthur. So
well,
you just everybody you know is just gay, and then so I mean that's very odd. But yes, she claims that the gays are still in Port Arthur.
And after all that, you wonder why your football team taking in the ass. But anyway,
that's tough. That's tough right there.
Real tough. That's why they call him the dirty bird.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's foul, man. But hey, that's Atlanta.
And why you think they motto was rise up? You're not helping your case at all, Miss Meat. Not at all.
How many y'all?
And then even her name is Miss Meat. Come on now, come on. Come on now.
I mean, I don't. Again, but see, that's what happens with women folk. I guess it works for you because you married Angela, but if you're a single black woman, and this may sound fucked up, but if you're a single black woman, you probably should not be associating super heavily with the gays and transgenders, because you make it difficult for yourself, because they're after the same thing that you're after. And I think it's questionable, because I think it's a double fold thing. Because one, if you have gay men, that's taking the straight men that you're looking for out of the dating pool. The transgender the same way, because now they're trying to become women. And then the other side of it is that they want the same thing that you're after. So it's like, I don't know why y'all see it like as a friend. I mean, again, y'all do what you do. I can't tell anybody who to hang with, who not to hang with, if you're happy with your life. But I just think that I find that extremely odd, personally. That it seems like black women promote that association the heaviest, So, okay, y'all.
I agree, and everywhere you see it, it's associated with us, black women and men. You very seldom see gay white people on movies.
So, I would say, yeah, Miss Meat sound. Who was that at South Sports said Miss Meat sound like a transgender porn star name? That was funny. I love Miss B. Miss B be coming through the South trolling though, trying to fuck. She came through last South talking shit. You know what I'm saying? She came over there talking trash about some rise up.
I thought Miss Shelley was trying to make a joke, and I guess she wasn't. She was just rooting for her team. But I was thinking that she was saying that substitute teacher was a Panthers fan. Keep pounding. I thought that was hilarious. It was so fucking fitting, bro. I'm sorry. It was so fitting. That shit tickled me to death.
Oh man.
Oh.
That is
funny.
Crazy. That is crazy stuff. That's wild. That is funny now that you think about it. Because actually, I always put that keep pounding. But yeah, that's probably what she was thinking in her head as she was committing that. I'm sure that was man. Look, that was some of them old Hulk Hogan wrestling punches, but them hoes was connecting. So that was terrible. That was, some people like to pack the peanut butter. Oh shit. Hold on.
Was the little girl even did she have her guards up even? Because it didn't look like
because
she did.
That's what I'm saying. When she threw the little punch, she thought that was gonna be the end all be all. Like she was, like I say, she just got a little check. Like she was just gonna hit her and it was gonna be it. She was just gonna get up off of her. She didn't realize there's a little bit more to it than that. And yeah,
I wonder if that's the first fight that girl ever had in her life, and she ain't know what to do.
Man, probably. Somebody probably.
And she decided to pick on a grown up.
Yeah, that was. Oh, I think I'll be doing.
Thinking she was immune to getting her ass whooped.
And that's what happens, because again, like you kind of mentioned with women who will fight men or try to, get aggressive with men because they're not supposed to. They're not supposed to, or you think they're not supposed to. I always do this fucking shit wrong. Hit you back, but some of them don't abide by the same rules, and.
Yeah, and I disagree with Rashida. Yeah, he's like, well, you can't do that. Yeah, you can. You just shouldn't. They don't recommend it, but absolutely, you fucking can. Yes, you can.
Yeah, I agree. Okay.
Now this moving out shit real quick.
Yeah.
I left when I was 24. And there was some circumstances about it. Some of them were out of my control, and some of them were within my control. I didn't know no better, but I called myself staying at home and helping my mom and them out because they needed it, especially at the time. So it took a while for my mama to convey the message that you would do better going out and doing what you do and put yourself in a position where you can help us more than what you're helping us now.
Mm-hmm.
And then once I finally grasped it, I'm like, you know what? That make a lot of sense. So probably like 2 weeks later, she came home and my shit was gone. That's weird. But hey, sometimes it be like that.
So you feel like that was the right move? If you had caught it early, would you have done it sooner? Like, what would you change anything about?
Yeah, I would have done it way sooner. I probably would have left when I was probably 21, 22. Yeah, it would have been a few years before that. But it was like I said, there was a lot of shit that I didn't know, so I was still learning too.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, when you think you helping somebody, you wanna. I'm the kind of nigga, you know what I'm saying? I'm a loyal nigga, right? So if you in the trenches, I'm in the trenches with you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's just me. So that's how I was looking at it, you know, and that's my mom. I love her more than anybody on the planet. So if she going through it, I'm gonna be right there with her until we figure a way out. That is the way it is. And so by what she told me, and then me going out and setting myself up, she was right. I was able to help her a whole lot more doing that than I ever thought I could.
Yeah. And sometimes, like I say, just take maybe a different way of thinking, a different perspective, or, you know, sometimes just take that one conversation and, you know, things you may have thought about or things you may have had on your mind, or maybe you just didn't put that. Sometimes you had those thoughts. It just takes that one little something to connect everything, and then that shit just, sets you on fire after that. And, you know, you go from there. So, you know, those things are necessary. Misty, hey, Misty, glad you came back and joined us, even though Broderick tried to bully you yesterday. Shame on Broderick.
Broderick's funny, man. Broderick is hilarious.
No, Miss Meat. Nobody called you specifically a transgender, Miss Meat. They said that your name sounded like a transgender porn star name.
Come on now, you know that name is suspect. Think about it. If you went into a chat room and saw somebody named Mrs. Meat, like, come on, man, your mind automatically go to the gutter. Come on.
Yeah, you know.
Be honest.
Yes, it's interesting combination, if you will. You know, if you don't know the meaning behind it.
I'm sorry, I ain't interested in none of that combination, my nigga. I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Just saying, it's interesting. You're gonna be wondering some things, Mrs. Meat. 37. What is the 30? You know, so yeah, you're gonna have some. You're gonna try to put two and two together on your own, and then you're gonna have to ask some questions. You know, to have an understanding. Because I ain't gonna lie to you, that's why I was like, I'll address you by your name, Angela. I feel more comfortable.
Because you feel more comfortable saying that shit. Yes, absolutely right.
It'd be funny because
it ain't just women in the den. There's men in the den too. Now, come on, now we gotta have some semblance of masculinity in here.
Yeah, and the thing is like, because I think one time I was talking to Angela. And then I was trying to address but it's like, I can't call that nigga Mr. That. Like, they don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure that, the nickname, it doesn't sound right. It's inappropriate. You know what I'm saying? So I just have to say, something different. It wasn't I don't think it was in the den that they said it. It was somebody in Soft Sports in the chat, like, last time you came in. Somebody said that, so I can't tell you. But trust me, Soft Sports chat, it'd be at certain points, because there'd be a lot of people in there, and sometimes that shit be flying by, so it's like it'll be harder for me to catch certain shit depending on when it is or whatever's going on. It's a little bit easier for me to catch stuff in the den depending on how many folks is in here, how active it is and what's going on with the bot and everything else. But sometimes in Soft Sports it'd be 1,000 things, but I don't know what nobody be talking about, so I just be like, shh, okay.
There's so many people in there commenting. It's hard to keep up and read all that shit.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, if it gets to a point, I might have to start putting what is it, slow mode or whatever on in the sauce, to only gives you like so much time between comments that you can make, so it puts a little bit of time into it. Like still have it where you comment relatively quickly, but you can't just comment a lot real fast. So that way it's
yeah. Especially when you be having the Dope Fiend All Stars on there.
Man, look, man.
They be tripping. They be tripping.
I'm trying to debate whether or not to maybe do something for tomorrow, just maybe a whole league thing. I don't know yet. I'll figure it out in the morning whether or not we may just talk about some random shit. So it is what it is. Man, Miss Meat, I tell you, it's so many people in the sauce, I couldn't tell you. I have no idea. Okay. But anything else that's on your mind there, Professor Trill?
Nope, that's it. That's all I got. So the rest of y'all enjoy the rest of y'all evening. And be good. Stay safe out there.
Already, man. Appreciate you calling in.
All right.
So, I guess we might take one more call and then get ready to wind it up and see if we got somebody ready and active on the line. What's the motherfucking deal we got calling into the den this evening?
This is Honcho.
Yes.
It's Honcho. This is Brenda Williams.
Miss Brenda, how are you doing this evening?
Man, if I do any better, I'll kill myself.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do any better than just stay right where you at.
Okay. Listen up.
Mm-hmm.
I got 5 things to tell you.
Okay.
That lady that jumped that little girl, I don't care if the little girl did hit her first.
Mm-hmm.
That woman was, oh shit, she was probably taking classes at nighttime and in the morning. The Cowboys put out that little girl.
Yeah.
But see, punishment for her would have been an ass whipping, a real ass whipping. Then if she went to jail, they got her there, you know that. They got her. When they found out what she had done, they got her. Even though that little girl may have been wrong. I just don't see nobody, that's almost, shit, that is child abuse. That, oh, hell.
Yeah.
But that's that one. Okay, next one. Them people in the college, Crawford, getting killed.
Yes.
Why did it take so long for them to go to that body? That's what's bothering me. I can't figure that one out.
I think that personally, with that connection being so close, knowing that was her roommate, and you had so many pictures I've been seeing the last, since we started talking about of her and they and all these pictures. Because, some people are roommates, but they're not necessarily friends. But the way that they look like they were actually friends and they maybe hung out together. So I think that eventually, you have self-preservation where you try to get away with something, but I think it started eating at them or maybe eating at her. And then it just got to the point where she probably couldn't handle it anymore.
That's what I figured probably too. I know when my sister was in school, they had to move her out of her room because her roommate was stealing her shit. So, miraculously, I was there that weekend. I wasn't going to steal it, so somebody had to be stealing it. But no, the girl was stealing, and so they actually moved my sister into one room. Or it was funny to me, but the girl that stole from her, that was a case of envy, black, well, I say black, white, light, dark. Okay, I'll go with that. And my sister was light, girl was dark, and she's stealing her shit. Stealing it and wearing it. That's what,
Wow.
Yeah. She has no guilt in her game, but anyway, they had to bring the parents in. Parents had to pay my folks for that because she was wearing the girl stuff.
Yeah.
So, anyway, and now one other thing about how old kids should be. I don't think 18 is really a good age because I don't think they're really, really prepared as they think they are, maybe. But my house was where if you went on to school and you held a job, sure you could stay home. Because they didn't want to stay in the dorms, so we were able to have our kids because we were right in the radius where we could, they could stay at home to start back before school, but they had full-time jobs. And when they did move out, yes, we helped them move out, but it wasn't where we got to go. They were ready for the world, we felt, but they had to come back home a couple of times after a divorce or, loss of a job, but still. 18 years old, I think you're putting them out there. Some of those girls don't know, I don't care how much you put it in their heads. They still don't know day from night. So That's the way I feel about that. Now, about that lady whipping that kid, I'd have had to get her. That was her child, but I'd have had to get her. That wasn't right. I mean, no way you look at it wasn't right. And to me, she just marked him for life. So all his friends is in the same school with him, going to go all the way up the ladder. I'd have had to get her. No, no, no. And if she was doing that there, she was doing that at home. Those kids really, that was a favor for them to take all those children out of her house. But then they're going to go back. You know that.
Yeah, eventually they're going to go back.
So that's what I had to offer, and thank you for listening. Now, confessions is something I don't know about. So what is that about?
Okay. Yeah, we will. I'll make sure we have a confession tomorrow because I don't think we did. I don't remember. I don't think I was live last Sunday, but we'll definitely be in the house tomorrow. Confessions is where you call in and you maybe share something you've wanted to get off your chest, or maybe a story that is embarrassing or just something. We all we call in and we just share some things, and depending on what it may be a secret that you've kept for quite some time, and maybe you can't tell anybody too close to you, so you share it with the den folk or something like that. So it can vary. It depends on what it may be.
What time does that start?
It's gonna be at the same the regular time at 10 p.m. Central. I'll be on time tomorrow.
No, I didn't know the different time since it was a Sunday, so I didn't know. So thank you for sharing it with me. Well, listen, you have a good night, a good day, good morning, and whatever else is good, and keep it real, okay?
All right, Miss Webbs, I appreciate you calling in this evening.
Okay, blessings. Bye.
Right, you too. Goodbye. Shout out to Miss Williams holding it down. We'll take this one more. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
Hello?
Hello.
Did you actually pick up the call? Oh, my
yes,
goodness.
Yes,
Listen, this is Fresh and Sassy again.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. But look, there were so many great topics on this particular live stream that you're doing, and I wanted to speak about one last thing, and I'm so glad you picked up. But this topic about should you put your kids out at the age of 18. And let me just say, I have 4 children. They're all grown. All of them are out the house except for one. That's my youngest. And I never believed in putting children out at the age of 18. As a matter of fact, my eldest son attempted to leave home at 18. He was going to move into a house with a bunch of his friends, and it just wasn't a good move. It wasn't a good idea. And he was my firstborn, and I was so close to him. We had almost lost him to meningitis when he was a toddler. So, I had this real close bond to him because, he was my firstborn. We had been through a lot, and I just wasn't really ready for him to go. But he attempted to leave at the age of 18, and I threw this amazing hissy fit and threw all of his stuff out in the street, and I told him if he left that he could never come back again, because I was hurt, and I was upset, and I just didn't want him to leave yet. But it was a bad move anyway. He was going to be moving into a townhome with 9 other guys, paying $900 a month to live in a townhome with only 3 bedrooms.
Oh, no.
I'm like, and this house couldn't have been any more than 1,800 square feet. I'm like, 9 of you, and you're paying $900 a month? That's crazy. And this was back in the, when was this? This was 1995, 1996, something like that. I'm like, that makes no sense. Why would you pay so much? But this is what I want to say. We spend so much time struggling unnecessarily, okay? And as far as putting children out at the age of 18, it's like I said earlier, don't have children until you're ready to have children. But people have children, and the moment that baby is born, They can't wait to get them into daycare. They can't wait to get them into school. They can't wait till they're 18 so that they can put them out the house and they can be back on their own again. This is madness, you know? I don't understand the rush that people have to push their children out the home. And like I said, they're either rushing to get them into daycare, rushing to get them into school to let somebody else rear, raise, form, and mold them, and it's just madness. But what I'm trying to say about, we struggle unnecessarily. Okay, you have a mother and father, hopefully, in the home. And this mother and father has 2, 3, 4, 5 children. Okay? And when these children become of age where they can work and contribute to the home, the parents say, well, it's time for you to move on. There are racist people who, when these children get of age, the children don't take flight and leave. They stay at home. They work. They bring in income. They build sort of, for the lack of a better word, sort of an empire, but not necessarily an empire. But everybody in the home is working, and I know this because I used to work in the hotel industry, and especially with the Asian communities. These people will come here to the United States. They'll get an apartment. They'll get a job. And it may be a mother and father and, say, 3 children. And once they've saved up enough money, they'll send for another family to come over and live in this home with them. And everybody's working. Everybody's bringing in income and sharing in expenses and helping one another with credit and getting their financial matters in order. Then they'll send for another family. And the next thing you know, there's 3 families living in a 1-2 bedroom apartment. Okay? And then the first family that came here, now they're financially set. Their credit is excellent, and everyone has been able to contribute. So everyone has been able to purchase, a car, and they've saved up enough money for the first family that came over here to now purchase a house. And then it keeps going. They'll send for another family. So that first family has moved out. Family 2 and 3 are still there, but they send for another family, and here comes family number 4 that moves into this apartment. And it starts all over again. Okay? And sometimes it's not necessarily them bringing families over here, but it's just a matter of keeping the children in the home long enough so that everyone is financially set, everyone is financially square, okay, or round or in the black or however you want to look at it. And, everyone is able to purchase their own car. They've got savings so that they can now buy a home, and not only buy a home, but purchase land. And I don't know how many black folks can say they own land. I don't know how many black folks even consider purchasing and owning land, a place, a space where you can, build more homes. You buy, 4 acres of land. Okay, 1 acre is the equivalent of a football field. Okay? You can build a number of houses on a football field, okay? But you've saved up enough money between you, your children, and everyone is financially square, everyone's credit is in order, and you've purchased some land, okay? So you've got the home, you've got the family home there, all right? So then the next thing you do is you help the kids build their home on this land that you've purchased, okay? And then the grandchildren come along and they build their home on that same land, okay? Instead of having to buy land, and it's a whole lot cheaper to own land and then build another home on your land than it is to go out and have to search and look for another home. And see, this is how families help one another in not struggling. But we are so programmed and taught that We got to struggle. We got to, be on this paycheck to paycheck circuit. And, we've got to struggle. We got to make it. And we got to pull ourselves up, by our bootstraps. And we've got to, at all costs, do what we got to do to keep our heads above water. And we're always struggling, and we don't have to. We don't have to break the family up when the first child turns 18 or any child turns 18 in the home. Keep that child in the home. Make sure that this child understands finances and how to write a check, how to balance a checkbook, how to develop a portfolio, how to diversify your portfolio when you're investing. You don't put all your eggs in one basket. You diversify that basket, and you spread out your finances and your investments, over, a big pot of investments, and you start making money because you are now allowing your money to work for you instead of you killing yourself working for that money.
Correct.
But we're taught that we got to struggle, we got to work till we drop dead, and it's not the way to go. And we don't have to be in this type of situation. We don't have to shove and push our kids out in the street at the age of 18, sink or swim kind of mentality. We don't have to do that. As families, we should stick together, stay together. Make sure that we're all financially set. Everybody's financially square. Everybody is in the black and not in the red, and everybody is not, less than 400 in their credit score. Everybody's up in the 800s in their credit scores. But these are things that we can do together as families instead of pushing each other out and struggling. Now, I know everybody wants their own privacy and their independence and, be able to have, parties and company and do all these things, but you got to look at the bigger picture. You have to look at the bigger picture and say, you know what, for about the next 5 or 10 years, yeah, I could have moved out at 18, but maybe I won't move out until I'm 28, I'm 30. But you've got to be contributing. You've got to be building.
I agree.
And increasing your wealth, increasing your finance, and increasing your security for, yourself, helping your parents because your parents helped you and did for you and bought for you and purchased for you. Now it's time to give back and help your parents, okay? And get yourself set up and ready to now have a husband, a wife, and kids. And you've already got your home, you've got your land, your credit is good, you've got your car, and if you decide you don't want to shop in the grocery stores anymore because, Lord only knows what they're putting in our food now, you can grow your own food on your own land if that's what you so choose to do. But that's all I got to say. I'll get down off my soapbox.
I love it, and I appreciate you sharing that. And someone asked you had the recipe for, what was the pistachio, was it pudding you said earlier?
Yeah, it was pistachio frozen custard.
Oh, pistachio
I can give you the recipe, but then I'd have to kill you. But
all right, I'll wait on the recipe. And I'll hold off on the recipe. I'm enjoying life right now.
Hold off on that because I actually did a video about that, and the frozen custard was so good. I said I could not give this recipe out until I first have a trademark, a patent, and a copyright on this frozen custard. It's just that good, and it's all plant-based. There's no eggs, there's no milk. Well, there's no cow's milk at least. But it's really good. But give me a couple of weeks because I'm very serious about the at least the copyright. But it'll take me a while to get a patent on this recipe, but it is, wow, it's all that.
Well, like I said, I subscribe to the channel, so I'm definitely going to be checking it out throughout the day, seeing what I can learn, because I've been just, I've been trying to map out some things in my life the last few weeks, and so I have to be a little bit more active on them, and one of those is being eating more plant-based and minimizing.
You know what, and I tell, listen, I tell people, there's a lot of reasons why we should become plant-based and plant-forward in our dietary lifestyle. However, I'm not pushing anybody to become plant-based because, number one, if you're not going to take the time and the effort to understand the things that you need to know to get and stay healthy in this plant-based lifestyle, I will not recommend this lifestyle to anyone because you could do just as much damage, if not more, leading a plant-based lifestyle, and you don't know what you should be eating. You know, people, I watch this boy on his channel, and he's going down the grocery store aisle saying, I'm going to show you all the things that are plant-based, and these are all the things you can eat. And he's picking up Oreos, he's picking up Cheerios, he's picking up Captain Crunch. This is vegan, this is vegetarian. You can eat this, you can eat. And I'm like, oh my God, he'll be dead in a year. If he thinks that this is the type of food he should be eating and that this will sustain him and he's going to be okay. I have had my ups and downs being plant-based, and one of my biggest struggles was being B12 deficient because when you don't eat meat, you don't get B12 because it said that we get our B12 from the meat of animals. They eat the grass and somehow they convert the nutrients in the grass into B12, and we get that when we eat their meat. This is what they say, they that do the saying, but I was B12 deficient, and I was very, very ill, and I didn't know what was wrong. And, you know, I see people taking vitamins. You don't take vitamins unless for a fact you know that you need them because you can overload on B12, and if you have too much B12, it can kill you. If you don't have enough B12, it can kill you. Same thing with iron and a whole lot of other vitamins, okay? So I don't push this lifestyle on anybody, but I just want people to know, you know, what's available to them that will help improve their health if they would just take in more plant-based meals. Because, you know, I was watching this documentary the other day, and I forget what it's called, but this guy was saying, you know, I thought artichokes, no, not artichokes, there was a particular vegetable. He'd never heard of the vegetable. He said all he knew was canned spinach. He said, I'd never heard of artichokes until 5 years ago. He said, I thought this was something new. And I can understand that because a lot of people, you know, especially today, they spend their entire day, breakfast, lunch, dinner, everything is fast food. Nobody cooks anymore, you know. But I do not want to try and coerce or berate anybody into becoming plant-based unless, like I said, you're going to take the time to understand and know what you're going to have to eat in order to stay healthy if, in fact, this is a lifestyle you so choose to take. Now, the one thing that I do, and then I'm going to get off the call because I've been hogging up the line, but the one thing that I ask people to do if you want to consider a plant-based lifestyle, you need to watch a few documentaries, read some books, and get an understanding. But whatever you do, you're going to have to do your own work. You're going to have to do your own research as it pertains to you and your lifestyle, what you like, what pleases your palate. But I would suggest that you start out by watching a few documentaries. One is called Food Inc., I-N-C, Food, I-N-C, Food Inc. The other one is Food Matters. And actually, there's a video on my channel, and I'm not trying to do any shameless plugs, but there's a video on my channel, and it's called Why I Lead a Plant-Based Lifestyle. And in the description section, I've listed a bunch of documentaries, and there's like 3 of them that are on YouTube. And once you see these documentaries, it gives you a foundation and a basis, and it says, okay, this is why I don't want to eat meat anymore. And there's Food Inc., Food Matters. There's a documentary about processed meats like the shaved ham and the shaved turkey that you get at the deli, the chicken nuggets that you get at McDonald's. It tells you all about these meats and how they contain sodium nitrate, which is a carcinogen, how they contain ammonia because, they have to wash this meat before they give it to you. So they have to wash it with an ammonia or run an ammonia product through it. And that's not a good thing. If you've ever smelled ammonia before, that's not a good thing. But like I always tell people, don't believe what I say, research what I say. And on that note, I'm going to end what I've been saying. But you've got to have a foundation. Watch the documentaries, read your books, read the literature out there. And like my grandmother used to say, believe none of what you hear and only half of what you see. Everything that you see, take it with a grain of salt, because somebody's going to tell you, eat ginger. This takes down inflammation. Eat this. This is good for diabetes. Eat that. Every day somebody's got something. Take all of that with a grain of salt, because a lot of times these are just, people trying to push their own agenda, their own products. So you have to be careful. You have to be careful. But I appreciate you allowing me to run my mouth.
Very interesting. You dropped a lot of game, a lot of good information. So I definitely appreciate that. No problem with that. I appreciate it.
All right. Well, thank you so much. And y'all have a good evening. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you for calling.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. And for those who are asking, that is Miss Fresh and Sassy. If she comments again, I'll try to see if I can pull the channel up. I know I have to bring up the thing again. But if she comments in the chat, and what you can do in the chat is, if you kind of highlight someone's name and then you see the little three dots next to it and you click it, well, depending on what you're on, you can, I hate y'all. And you click the little three dots, they'll have a list of things up there. One of them be go to channel. So if you want to check out somebody's channel, you can always go to their channel. The moderators have a few other extra options, but we're going to get into that now. Yeah. Fucking Trill. God damn it. I hate y'all niggas. That's why it is. That's why we can't have nice things. But here's the deal. It is... Well, 1:14 on my end. I said I'd give y'all a little bit of mixer love. I'll take a break for probably about 15 minutes. I'll probably be on a mixer about 1:30 my time, talking shit. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna fuck with. But no, I'm definitely thinking about it. But when she talked about the deli meats, I just got some of that goddamn Cajun chicken out of the goddamn Cajun turkey. I'm tripping. That shit was good in a bitch. I don't need no fucking nitrates. I don't even know what them hoes do. It sound like nitrous oxide. Put that shit in the car, go fast. It might help me run fast now that I start running again. Carcinogens. That's that shit they always tell you in the cigarette commercials. Don't fucking fuck with those carcinogens. But yeah, the bitches be good. That man, and look, I'm going the opposite of what she just said, not to eat all that shit. But if you ever find a local deli and you got like a little bit of bad eating in you and you want some fucking deli meat, even though this is going completely against what she just said. Tomato basil turkey is the shit. Okay? I never thought that would sound like a fucking good thing. But tomato basil turkey is the shit. And if you don't believe me, just tell them give you like a couple of little slices, make you a little sandwich or something, and thank me later. I try to remember, I'm the same nigga that tried to put y'all on the Popeye sandwiches before they was cool. Y'all wasn't fucking with. Y'all ain't believe me. You know what I'm saying? So y'all better understand. I know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about? But it is what it is. Right there. There you go. Right there. You can click on it. And what I'll do, I'll make it easy on y'all. Give me just a second. Yeah, you mad at Popeyes? Your ass could never get the goddamn sandwich. I told you I tried to put y'all niggas on. Y'all was clowning. Popeye sandwich isn't that good. Now y'all out there looking like the dope fiends trying to get the damn Popeyes chicken sandwich, and you can't get one. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. Man, you had your years later. I remember you tweeting, man, I tried to go get the sandwich. You had to wait till the second wave. You couldn't even get in on the first wave, Marky. Tried to get the sandwich. No, was out of sandwiches. It's fucked up, man. So it is what it is. Hold on. I said I'm finna wrap it up, but I see I can see it on my phone. I have a missed call from someone who has been trying to get in the last couple of days, and so y'all know, I don't like to do y'all bad when y'all are trying to get in. I'd like to make sure I can accommodate as much as possible. So you be trying to be the last call. See, this will be happening when your ass be trying to be late. You better start calling earlier. You know, I'm gonna do it this time. Let me open everything back up. I gotta open the line back up. I'm only gonna take this one particular call because, like I said, I know this individual has been trying to call in. Damn, like the last 2, well, if you count the last 3 days. But that link I just put in there, that is Miss Fresh and Sassy Plant-Based Living, right? That is her channel, so be sure to check that out. Make sure I got everything else going right. All right, cool. Do I have the line open? Where's the damn number at? Okay. All right, cool. The Sassy Green Garden Diva. I see you. I see you. All right, cool. Now, to the individual who just tried to call in, and I missed your call, feel free to call back. I ain't gonna say who it is. I'll let it be a surprise for the den folk. I'm gonna give you like 2, maybe 3 minutes to execute this call. Otherwise, I'm gonna wrap it up after that. You know. And so, you know, we gonna do. I hadn't done I hadn't tested like I said I was. I need 2 guinea pigs so I can try it out. But we'll make it shake. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
Hello.
Hello. Who do we have calling in tonight? What's going down in Ashley's town?
Much. Nothing really. What's going on with you guys, or what are you guys talking about?
What?
Or what has the subject? Well, I know what the subject is, but what has it changed to?
You know, it's a little bit of everything always. We have discussed should kids move out by 18. We have discussed the teacher putting a beat down on that child, that 16-year-old.
I know, that was crazy. Oh my gosh. That was really nuts.
And then we discussed something else. I forgot what the other thing was. I forgot, so I couldn't tell you. That would be hilarious, DeMarque. I can imagine it now. Okay. So what are your thoughts, Ashley, as far as should kids be out of the house at 18?
I don't think they should.
Why not?
No, not unless they're ready. I mean, what, an 18-year-old, like, they're still a kid.
But R. Kelly thinks they're ready.
You said what?
I said R. Kelly thinks they're ready.
You think they're ready?
I said R. Kelly thinks that they're ready.
I'm sure he does. He's disgusting. No, I don't think 18-year-olds are ready.
Okay. Okay. So what about you? What age did you move out from your parents' house?
I moved out at 18.
So
It's not a...
You moved out at 18, but you don't think 18 is ready. I mean, I can understand because you have your own personal experience. What would you change?
I was married. I was married. Like, I'm just talking about like a single young person. Like, for me, it was fine.
Okay. Well, I got to be childish, man. I'm a little childish. I definitely am. I'm very childish, but that's all I can say about that. So my thing though is like, okay, so you say that you were married, so it was different. Um, what would you change specifically though about maybe moving out at 18 and either getting married or like, is there anything that you would go back and change if you were to tell your 18-year-old self, hey, let's do things a little bit differently?
No, because my life doesn't be like how it is.
Hmm.
Which is, whatever.
Okay. Okay. So what are your thoughts on the situation with the substitute teacher and having the altercation with that?
Oh my
young
gosh,
lady?
I thought that was so nuts. That's crazy that they have people like that working at the school.
Hmm.
Like, I know, like, okay, if a kid flings on you, you react, but if you work with children, you're not supposed to just react. It's not like snitching on the street or at your, house or whatever. Good job.
So if a child or a teenager swung on you, you wouldn't fight back?
Like, how old?
16-year-old.
Hello?
Yeah, if a 16-year-old swung on you, you wouldn't fight back?
A 16-year-old?
Mm-hmm.
Not if I was at work. No, I mean, like, if I was at work and my job was to be a teacher, no, I wouldn't.
Mm. Okay.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Yeah, I bust
Maybe if
16-year-olds
it
out.
was a boy. If it was like a 16-year-old boy, I would.
Oh, that's tough. See, what's up with the double
Just
standards?
Sarah donated $5. Hating on meat and night.
It's like a grown person.
I did not hate on Miss Meat. All I did was state something that happened. And there's a difference between Miss Meat's screen name and Angela the individual. No one said anything negative about Angela the individual. Somebody made a comment about Miss Meat's screen name. And you have to separate the screen name from who you are in reality. I love Angela. I love the person behind the screen name. Okay. Oh, hey, no, meat. Oh, well, the actual meat, as far as being vegetarian. Well, maybe both of them, but it is what it is. So I don't want to. I wanted to clarify that. So Miss Meat, if you're still listening, wherever you may be, you need to text me. We need to have a discussion. But it's just the name. It's just the image that the name gives off. It has nothing to do with the real person who Miss Angela is. We love Miss Angela here in the den. That's why we address her as Angela and not the screen name.
Heidi Kleindienst donated $2 through Super Chat. Why do you hate Miss Meat?
I do not hate Miss Meat. I hate you, Heidi. I hate you. Okay, so you said you wouldn't do it if your job was based on it. If your job was dependent on you not beating up children, you would make sure to keep it. What do you think the consequences should be for her?
I guess that's when you put it that way. Yeah.
I mean, hey, you got to stay employed, so I guess you can't go around kicking kids' asses. But do you think that she should deserve jail time, seeing that the girl swung on her first?
No. No, like, she beat the shit out of that kid. Like, it's not funny, but, like, oh my God, like, she really went in on that kid. I thought that was crazy.
Yeah,
she went way too far.
Yeah,
like, I could understand, like, swatting the kid and, like, stepping back, but she was, like, really boxing that kid. That's nuts.
I mean, maybe the punch from the kid didn't look like it was that hard. Maybe she has heavy hands, so maybe she was taken aback, and then she attacked. So I don't know.
I don't care. Just as an adult, you shouldn't hit kids.
Look, I'm gonna be honest. If I feel threatened by a teenager, I will beat the brakes off of said teenager. I don't give a fuck about all the nonsense. Like I say, when I was younger, might have had some associates or one of my homeboys, little brothers or something around that age, but go handle that nigga. Now I'm in a different part, so I ain't got time to establish all this. Can this little kid get froggy? Well, we gonna take that leap. Fuck it. Go call your daddy. I'm gonna beat his ass too.
Oh my gosh.
You said that kid's gonna be a millionaire. That kid's gonna be broke in 6 months. Because here's what's happening. If that kid is a millionaire, the kids come from a home where there's definitely not stability if you acting like that in school. So I'm sure there's some other questions going on. So they're gonna get paid and blow it quite quickly, and she'll be back in class by the end of the school year. So they'll be back. But yeah, man. So I think it is what it is. Okay. Is anything else going on? Anything else that's on your mind that you want to speak on? Like I said, I know you've been trying to get in the last few nights, and we have been passers in the night. So if there's anything that we may have missed.
What was yesterday's topic? Was
what did we talk about yesterday?
That woman.
Oh, the Alexis Crawford. Yes.
College kid.
Yes.
Yeah, that was sad.
I'm super sad. And the fucking roommate's a fucking piece of shit. And that's the crazy
I know,
part about
that's crazy. See, that's why I would never ever live with somebody that was like, not like a partner or something. But no, I tried that one time, and it was like the worst fucking thing. Oh my god.
What's so bad about it?
She was weird. And she was like, she was just so good.
What was some of the weird things? That might be. Let me jot this down. It might be a weird roommate experiences. We might have to talk about that one day. But what was so weird about it?
That would be funny. Like, okay, so I'm very particular just about like my personal space, and so like she would like go and like into my bathroom. I don't know what she would be doing, but like I just got super paranoid that she was like touching my toothbrush or using my mouthwash, which was like, like that just goes me out.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
And then I think people that don't, like, I don't know, this is like weird, and it's like just probably a me thing, but like people that don't close the toilet when they flush it, like I think that's so disgusting. So I hated her once I noticed that.
Yeah, that's stuff. She might have been like scrubbing her ass with your toothbrush. That would be terrible. No, but man, because you remember that there was a chick. There was the chick a couple of years back. I forgot what school it was at, but she like posted that video. It was a white chick, and she talked about how she was like spitting in the because it was a white chick and a black chick. The black girl got real sick. And the chick like made a video talking about how she was spitting in her fucking food, and she was like doing all kind of disgusting shit with her toothbrush and like a whole bunch of shit. I think that chick ended up getting arrested. I don't know if she got any jail time, but I need to follow up on that. But let me write that down. But she was doing like all kind of shit to her room, but they were roommates. And eventually she asked to be moved to a different room, and when she got moved to the different room, the chick made like a video and put it on the internet or put it on her Snapchat or Instagram or something, and somebody recorded it and ended up taking it to the I don't know if the TA or the school or whatever, but she got that other chick shit because she was doing like, that makes me like think, well, what the fuck is wrong with you that you spit in people's shit and they end up getting sick and you're all right, you're a disgusting, vile person. So yeah, I mean I can agree with that. I had a roommate one time. Well, it was weird.
What happened?
Yeah, I had a roommate in college temporarily. It was odd. He was all right though. He wasn't too odd. Just some weird stuff happened. I've told some stories about it before. Maybe I'll talk about it in the future whenever we have weird roommate day. So we'll talk about it.
I have so many stories about this word trip. You good? That would be so funny.
Female pimp says you're supposed to keep your toothbrush in your bra. Well, I'm not even gonna say it, but there is some. I'm gonna say it. There's some dirty under titty out there, female pimp. I don't know how you. You do whatever you do. You might have some dirty under titty, and you got that fucking toothbrush under there, and you might be worse off with that. Fucking dust and cobwebs on your titty. You gotta look. You gotta get under there and lift up, scrub, and clean. So, you know.
Hey, titties have you been dealing with? I said, what types of titties have you been dealing with?
I've been dealing with a variety of titties. Man, Edwin is where is Edwin? Edwin better not be back in county. Man, sometimes, hey, look, I've encountered a variety of titties. There's big titties, there's small titties, there's some not at all titties. You just have to, depending on what type of you're dealing with, you look. Exactly. I'm getting, if I'm gonna explore the titty, I'm going to explore the titty. When I'm done, I can give you a Google map for the titty. I'll give you all the locations you need. I'm going to get all around. I'm going to make sure it's been properly nurtured. See, some people get stuck on the nipple. The nipple, it's important, but it's not the focal. We can't just focus on the nipple. There's a whole lot of depending on the titty. If you just got bee stings, then yeah, fucking focus on the nipple. Ain't no other titty to worry about. But if you're encountering larger breasts, you want to make sure the breast is properly attended to. And you want to make sure that the entire surface area has been properly nurtured. And don't overfocus on one to make sure both titties are properly treated. But some people see the nipple, they just get eye to eye with the nipple and they don't be focused on that. You can multitask. There's a lot of things you can do, but you got to take care of the under titty. You got to take care of the whole titty. The whole titty is important, and so some of them have under titties, some of them don't. And so some people aren't. Some people may forget to tend to their under titty, and so there's that.
Oh, that's informational.
Yes. Well, somebody said boot-shaped titties. What is a boot-shaped titty? What is a boot-shaped titty? That is
a boot shape?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a boot-shaped titty. What is? I don't know. Is it like a titty that kind of come down and has like a little angle to it? I don't know about that. I don't think I've ever encountered that.
Yeah.
So, there's that. So you need to get boob implants, just like the ass implants you got, Sweet Berry. I done synced it. I know what's going on around that town. Yeah, we crossed over MLK. Shortly after we started talking about roommates, we got lost when we started talking about roommates, and then when we got to Titty City, we crossed over. We got out of there. Man, look, see, Africa, the National Geographic titties, see the shit they show you, see, they're working with the man, right? Because I've seen African titties on the Twitter. I'm talking about the Niger porn. I'm talking about actual, like, real African culture titties. Some of the nicest titties I've ever seen in my life. Some of the nicest fucking natural titties. I'm like, what? There's no bras here. What is going on? These are the nicest fucking titties I've ever seen. No surgeries, no nothing. These are nice ass fucking titties.
Half melons. I said like half melons. Like they're.
Yeah. I mean, they're nice titties. I mean, they're appropriately proper titties. So it's something going on in the American food that is impacting the titties.
Chicken wings.
Yes, it's in the chicken. Y'all fight for the Popeyes chicken sandwiches, but it's causing damage to the titties. All right, D-Love, man, appreciate you coming through. No, don't see y'all looking at National Geographic titties. See, you gotta go get the inside titty. National Geographic don't want y'all to see what's really going on over there. Jamie Foxx tried to tell y'all, okay? He told y'all when he went to Africa and he touched down, he saw packs of Halle Berrys all over the place, right? And I personally think Halle Berry is a lunatic, but take it as you will. She's still an attractive woman. I just think she's cuckoo. But it was some account, because I be going in. See, I don't fuck with Black Twitter anymore. I told y'all that once I found out the Africans called Black Twitter slave trade Twitter, I stopped fucking with it. I was like, I don't want nothing to do with this. So I ventured off into Africa Twitter. I don't know if it's Ghana. I don't know if it's Nigeria. I don't know where I'm at, because they be speaking another language where I can't figure it out. But sometimes, they'll speak English. Sometimes they'll switch it up. And But like I said, if somehow I came across some fucking like some kind of ceremony shit, some ceremonial shit that they had going on, and they fucking like it was a bunch of women and they were all tittied out. You know what I'm saying? And they were all very attractive. I was like, what is going on here? This is not what they sell you in the National Geographic. Where is this ceremony? I need to see, with my own eyes. It was a lot of very interesting stuff going on there. Don't be duped. Don't be duped.
Nice titties.
Yes, nice titties. Nice rumpuses. So I was a fan. I was instantly a fan. I said, I'm gonna stay away from slave trade Twitter. I'm going to Africa Twitter. I don't know where I'm at, but I'm gonna stay here. So, but yeah, only one lie. What is the beef with balls? I don't understand. The chest. Oh, I couldn't even see something. Hold on. Turn it up on my end. It sounds a little low.
I could live without them.
See, we already know, 35 seconds is not enough to encompass the balls also. So we understand how that goes.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else though that you may have missed in the last couple of days that we covered? We talked about the mom beating the kid. What were your thoughts on that?
Oh my gosh, I thought that was just terrible. I couldn't believe she would treat her own baby like that. Like, that was, like, absolutely disgusting. And I'm glad she took the kid's life. Because there's no way. There's no reason she should have went out there and showed her ass for those white folks. I made me so mad.
Okay, so you thought she just did too much?
I thought she did way too much.
Okay. What do you think the likelihood will be that she'll get those kids back?
She'll probably get them back. There's people that have done worse that get their kids back.
I feel you, Broderick. There was a situation in which I'm not going to go into too much detail, but there used to be an old friend, an old acquaintance I had. And then a couple of years later, I had linked back up with them. They had a reduction, and it was not quite the same. It was not quite the same. So, it's definitely different.
Why?
Patrice O'Neal. What is that? That what he said, that unidentified titty meat, that undisclosed. Somebody said there's no name for it. What do you call it? That unidentified titty meat, something like that. That shit was funny as shit.
What are you guys talking about?
Titty meat.
We should just do the chat.
I mean, we're talking about titty meat.
Like what? Like that stuff on the side?
No, we're talking about the top titty meat, not like necessarily the cleavage, but when you kind of push the titty up and there's just some the cleavage is the line, but there's that extra titty meat. It doesn't have a real name. You know what I'm saying?
What's the cleavage?
No, the cleavage is the line. Like there's some other stuff going on with the titty meat up there.
Like the decolletage. I think that all belongs to it.
I'm not giving cleavage all that credit. Side boobs.
Side boobs.
Got the Chad, bro. Look, bro, love the titty meat, bro. It's all about side boob is an interesting thing. Side boob can be very deceptive. So I don't know my
Why?
I don't know my feeling about side boob. Side boob can be misleading, if you will. Just because it can look one way. I need to see full frontal action to know exactly what I'm dealing with. Side boob, it can just be deceptive. That's kind of where I'm at.
How deceptive could it be? Like how deceptive? How?
Because with side boob, you're not really seeing full titty. Side boob is usually like a little part that is covered. You don't get to know what's going on. Even from the front, even if you're talking about a covered titty, you can kind of get a better idea of what's happening. Like, here's my thing. I'm not even really a titty man. We have definitely gone to the den after dark. I'm not even like a titty man. I appreciate the titty. You know, I'm definitely an ass first guy. And so, but the thing is, I've had plenty of experience with titties. And so I've gotten to the point where I've learned about, titty deception.
Just Sarah donated $10. Donated to extend the den, save B12.
Appreciate the love, Just Sarah at 335. But my thing is like, I've learned about the bra deception. I've learned about, I can almost tell you, even with the bra, with the push-up mechanics and everything going in, I can almost tell you what the titties really look like by the way they're sitting up in particular bras. Some bras have just given up. But I've learned to be able to determine the shape by how they push up in the bra. But some women are good and they do some other tricks too. So you gotta be careful. But my thing is just that the side doesn't give you all the information you need, but the front gives you, it gives you the data that you need to determine what's really going on there. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna be honest. Like I don't know about everybody else, but I'm not a fake boob guy. Like I know some people like, well, you look good. What? Did Ashley just hang up on me? Did I say something? Did Ashley, you got fake titties? Did I offend you? All right, well. Broderick, I know you said you want to call. I guess we're gonna extend the den tonight. We'll scrap the mixer. We'll extend the den. The people have spoken. So we will extend the den and get some conversation in. We've gone from kicking kids out to tittyology. This is science. I'm gonna teach a class at Rice about tittyology. What happened, Miss Ashley?
Oh, anyways, I don't know. My phone just kind of.
No, I thought you may have had fake tits and got mad.
I know. I want some.
Why?
I want them to look just like Nicki Minaj.
No, that's terrible. See, and this is what I'm saying. And fellas, you can agree or disagree however y'all feel. I think women do this stuff more so for them than men even want this shit. Like, I don't think men want half of the shit that y'all do. Y'all do these things to compete with other women. I don't want no fucking fake titties. Give me some fucking natural titties. Let them. I don't care if they fucking hang. I don't care if one bigger than the other. I don't care if they lopsided. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I don't want the fucking. Nobody wants to. I don't want the hard titty. You know what I'm saying? Like the little fucking hard silicone. Nah, all them titties are hard. All them.
Like, no.
And fucking. And like, look, and especially if you're like super thin and you don't have enough skin to get some extra titty, like, and they gotta like stretch that shit. Like it's tough. I've seen it. The one that it has like some women that they try to get too much titty because they had like really little titties. They try to get too much. And it has like that. Yeah, and you got this fucking thing right there, like there's like a line of like a little raceway track in the middle. You can run your Hot Wheels down it. But there's like, the rib cage, exactly. To me, it's like, come on, chill out. Some things just ain't meant to be. It is what it is. But my thing is like, don't do it. Be happy. Learn to appreciate who you are. Trust me, somebody loves. There's somebody out there that loves itty bitty titties. There's somebody out there that likes the gargantuan titties. And then there's some people just like regular ass titties.
Other people like. It's about what I want.
But that's what I'm saying. But you're not utilizing the titty. You just want to look at it and say, hey, this titty's great and it's all good till the fucking silicone starts leaking and you got to get your titties recalled. You know what I'm saying? And then you got a problem. Didn't they have like a titty recall this year? You know what I'm saying? It was something like that. I think what does more for, I think just, what I'm saying, being in shape, like I guess like toning your body and stuff does more than going and getting all these fucking boob jobs and other shit. I think that's a better thing. But I guess people want instant results and shit like that. But fuck all that. I don't know. I'm just a person. Like I don't like fake shit. Period. You know what I'm saying? So I guess that's my problem. My thing is just like it makes again. So the other people out there, other people may like fake titties. I'm sure there's guys out there that love fake titties that perceive some type of image that look like something. I want some shit to. I want. I just want. I mean, I'm cool with who you are. Like I said, I'm more of an ass man. I care more about some ass meat. If titties there, it's nice, but I'm not gonna trip over that. And you know, if some ass is there, it's nice. But I'd rather a natural, maybe not as abundantly presented woman than a Nicki Minaj, as you say, or these plastically enhanced in the Cardi B. Like that shit's disgusting to me. Like,
Oh my gosh,
do
I
not
think it
want
looks so good.
who?
I said I think it looks so good.
That shit is disgusting. That shit makes me want to vomit. I would be absolutely that type of stuff makes my wee wee soft. Like I'm not even interested. Like it just I don't know. It's just something. It's just like I have this thing about fakery. I don't like at all. I'm just not into like even if I didn't know it and I discovered it, like it would be a turn off. I don't know. Maybe it's a mental thing or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's not what's up for me.
Oh, that's crazy.
So yeah, there's
Well,
definitely.
me myself, I'm gonna get some big shake tits as soon as I can.
You'll get some what?
I said I'm gonna get some big fake ones as soon as I can.
Go get that shit. Go get the shit that Oscar De La Hoya be wearing when he be out there cross dressing. Fucking who posted that video? I saw a video the other day. Somebody posted. I saw a video the other day. Somebody posted like there's like a shirt suit thing like that the fucking trannies be wearing. Like they strap it over like it's like some fake titties or some shit. Like but I guess you put you sleeve it in or something like that, and then you just get you one of those, and then like tuck the titty inside the fake titty, and then use that like as an overlapping layer. You know what I'm saying?
I have. Mine are like big already, but I just want them to be like shape looking.
But here's the thing though, fake titties don't function. Like, do fake titties even have like sensation?
I don't care about all that.
See, that's what I'm saying though. So I'm here debating Heidi's argument. Because say, you know, if a guy has a 1-inch penis and can buy a functioning 10-inch penis, he's gonna do it. I'm sure he would, but it is what it is. But my thing is, I'd probably judge because I'd be like, you know, well, actually I wouldn't care because it means nothing to me. But it's just like, my thing is, again, the fakery is just terrible. You know, be happy with what you got. Make the best of it because there's some chicks who don't like small penises out there. I remember chicks saying that she likes guys with little wee-wees because it keeps her vagina intact. So, you know, it is what it is. She got around, so I'm sure she. Female pimp, you don't run shit around here. We gonna talk. We gonna double the titty time talk because you said something. My thing is, I just rather the real over that. But I guess you know you have to do what makes you feel good. To me, I'd rather like I say, I get issues with your body, but I think that go work on those things naturally. You know, there's natural ways. You know, maybe not make the titty grow. I just think feeling better about yourself, and I don't know. Like I said, it's a lot of stuff that goes with it.
Yeah. I know that. That's what you forget.
So my thing is this though. So have you ever had an issue? Have the titties ever prevented a proper encounter in the bedroom? Have they ever been an issue?
Like what?
I don't know. I mean, anything. At any point, has a guy ever said, "This ain't enough titty for me"?
No, I wear like a J. So I mean, I do wear like an H, but my titties have gotten bigger since I've had kids. So I wear like a J now.
Let me gauge my response carefully here. So you said you want to go bigger. Is that what you said?
No, I said I want them to look fake. Like exactly like they do now, but I want it to look fake.
This is interesting. It is extremely interesting here. So you say a J. So if you cross the street, are you jaywalking? A plus. Yeah, that's interesting. That's a lot of titty.
Yeah,
Yeah. Hello. Oh, I get tomatoes after all the corny jokes that Heidi puts in the den, flooding the den with the corny jokes. I get tomatoes thrown at me. See, this is a tough crowd. Yeah, so now I'm saying, I mean, like, so is it difficult to find proper bras?
oh yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Are you a? I think I've asked you this before about lingerie. But have you ever had an issue with lingerie?
I don't know. I just think it's weird.
You think it's weird?
Yeah, I think it's so weird.
What is weird about lingerie?
I don't know. I just think everything's weird. That's like a definite, like, weird.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, no, I think nothing's wrong with the. I don't think you've been put through the proper protocols, because I think if so, you would be keen on the lingerie. That's just my opinion. Okay, that's tough. Okay, I have no other anything to say about that.
Or like the real equivalent. Like those seatbelt shirts.
Oh, I can barely hear. It's kind of low.
I said, have you ever worn like those fuzzy thongs for men? Like
No.
when guys try to dress up. You've never?
No.
Really?
No. Fuzzy thongs?
Or not a fuzzy thong, but just like a thong for men. I guess it's like satin or velvet. I don't know.
No. I cannot say that I have.
Huh.
That's different.
Fucking weird, right?
Yes. That's definitely different, odd, and peculiar. Okay. What the hell are you talking about, Shelly? A quad? What are you talking about? What is this scientific bra conversation y'all are having in the damn whatchamacallit? I don't know what y'all got going on. Okay. So I mean, the other day, did you call in about the TI topic? Did you have anything on that?
Oh, I did. I didn't think anything was really wrong with it, except that he said it out loud. Or, made it public. But, yeah, I called in for that.
Okay. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to make sure what day. So I know it was, like I said, I know it was a day or two. That,
I know I had missed something. Oh, gosh, what was it? I think Kamala Harris. I know I missed that one. About the, adding the extra hours to them.
Oh, yeah, that's what it was. It was the Kamala and the kids. How do you feel about that situation?
About her adding extra hours.
Yeah, man. She said she want to add 3 more hours to the school day.
I think that would be nice. I think it would be nice, just if it's not mandatory, that would be best. But I think that would be good, especially for people who don't necessarily qualify for child care subsidies, and they don't get stipends from the government or from their jobs. Like, it would be good for people like that, because child care is so expensive.
So what about child care services, and so these daycares and things? Do you think that hinders their business? Does that put them out of business?
No, because people would still need it after school. Like there's 24-hour daycares, and there's places that are open till 10.
Okay. I just found it interesting. I know the one that little one used to go to, I think they closed at like 6 or something like that. So that's why I'm asking. All right, that's interesting.
Yeah, they have them 24-hour now. I mean, not like all of them, but a lot of them. They're 24.
Okay, that's interesting. All right. Well, I mean, that's. Like I say, it's just it's odd to. It's very odd to me.
Why?
I don't know. Because I don't see it being a thing, and then not making it mandatory. Because what I would think is, if that's the case, why not just add more after-school programs, and say it like that, as opposed to saying, okay, we're going to extend the school day. You know what I'm saying? So.
Like mandatory after-school programs?
I mean, I mean, even say man, but I mean, just options for those parents who need that. Then have that, and then sign them up for it, and so those kids stay, as opposed to just saying we're going to extend the school day, and then instead of we're not going to educate you any more than you already are. We're just going to add some programs for you to do and sit in the classroom for a couple hours, the gym for a couple hours, and then you say.
Well, why do you think that?
Because I mean, here one. She doesn't have a real plan. She's just saying, let's extend the day and we'll figure it out if you throw some money at it. But my thing is like, because of the way it's worded, in my opinion, is why I would say it would be mandatory. If you're saying we're going to extend school hours from 8 o'clock to 6, like you already get out at 3. So instead of at 3, we're going to go from 8 o'clock to 6 o'clock. That's telling me that you're making it mandatory for everyone.
Just Sarah donated $2 through Super Chat. Hang up.
Like, I don't know, just because at my kids' school, like, they have it to where you can either come in before or, like, stay after, but you have to pay, but they do have extended care.
Well, see, like I said, I don't even think that's the issue. But like I said, I wonder how that impacts, the kids who are in sports or anything, in band or something like that. So that's just my thoughts on that. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would impact sports, but I think they go on too long anyways. Like, your 10-year-old doesn't need to be practicing for 3 hours.
So that's what they do. They need to practice more. They don't even need to go to class. They just need to practice all day. 10-year-old football is terrible.
No. Most kids don't even make it to play professional sports. They need to focus on.
But that's why they need more training. If they had more hours to practice, they might go pro. I'm just saying. See, that's the problem right there. That's the problem right there. The kids ain't getting enough time to practice.
For most of those kids, that's not their reality.
Yeah, most of the kids are trash.
And it won't be their reality.
Yeah, most of those kids are terrible. they're fucking awful. But hey, root for them. Don't kill the kids' dreams until they're at least 15, 16. So that's my thing. That's my thoughts. Okay. Anything else? I mean, that's on your mind. Anything else you want to address or discuss?
Something I'd like to address.
Okay.
Just, I don't know, I think it's weird not saying this is my friend. They just make up stories a lot, and I think it's weird. And I don't know if it's for attention or what. I think I texted you about it one time.
Oh, okay, yes.
I wanted to talk about it.
So you think you have a friend that likes to, you think that they fabricate some of the tales that they tell?
Yes, they do.
I've known some people like that. I've known some people who have been, and I wonder, because I think you have to be built a certain way, and I wonder, I've known multiple people like that actually, but because to me, it's, I don't know, like to make some stuff up for me is hard, like especially on the fly. But I've known people who it's like they should be like storytellers or writers. So that needs to be the career. They're able to make.
Just Sarah donated $2 through Super Chat. B4 number 1.
They're able to make shit up on the fly, and it just seems so unrealistic. And even when you question them and ask them, and you try to probe a little bit deeper to try to catch them off guard, maybe stumble them, they just have the story extends and goes further, but they're good at perpetuating that story for some reason. And sometimes, it's within the realm of reality, but sometimes you're just like, how do these things always happen to you? How is it always you that is experiencing these odd things that most people don't go through or ever deal with? So,
Right.
I have questions sometimes. Sometimes I wonder, but hey, if it works for them, I'm not mad. I used to have a homeboy who used to tell some of the most entertaining stories. They were not true. They were absolutely not true, but they were entertaining as hell. I should do a couple of people like that.
I think it's crazy. I actually know somebody else like that, and it's like, do you know that I've known you all your life? Like people that lie on Facebook and stuff like that, or Instagram.
Yes.
Like talking about, oh, I got this new job or this new car, and it's like, oh my God, I know you in real life. Like you're doing none of these things. That's fucking nuts.
Yeah, especially I think social media's made it real bad. Like I think that's made it much worse than what it used to be. So I don't know, but yeah, that's excuse me. That's definitely something you have to watch out for. You can't believe everything everybody says. You got to take a lot of stuff, as Miss Fresh and Sassy says, with a grain of salt, and you just got to be careful. You can't believe everything.
Right, you can't. Especially if it's like so crazy.
Yes.
Like one crazy situation after the other.
Mm-hmm. But then when you're with them, it's never that crazy situation. You never, as soon as you leave, man, last after you left, it was just, man, this crazy stuff. And then you see, every time you're with them, you can spend an extended amount of time with them, and it's never anything happening. What the hell?
Seriously. Yeah, that is so true. Like, oh my God, as soon as you came, I won the lotto.
Oh my goodness. I can't be reading the chat fooling with y'all. Y'all are terrible. The chat is a bad place. Y'all are bad.
I love
people.
the Den chat.
The Den chat is what makes the Den, because I'm gonna be honest. I could be talking about something completely fucking different with somebody about who God knows what, and the chat has a life of its own, and something completely different is happening there. So it's like multiple conversations. Then it could be different people in the chat having different conversations. So I love it. It's very entertaining, but it's not something that you're supposed to look at when you're on the call, because it will definitely distract you and take you to another place. Take me to another place. Take me to another land.
Oh my God, that's so old school.
Oh yeah, that's some throwback shit. You youngsters don't know nothing about that right there. But
You
yeah.
hear that song? What is that group theory? Or what's the name of that group?
Who was that? Was it Tennessee? No, Tennessee was the other song they had. Was it Arrested Development?
That sounds like it was.
I think it was Arrested Development. Yeah, it's terrible stuff going on. Okay. Well, Ms. Ashley, we have one more individual who wants to call in, so I want to say thank you for calling. I may have to do some further research on some of these statements that you made. We'll figure that out. But with that being said, I appreciate you calling.
Oh my God! Did you get my screenshot?
That's the thing about this fucking chat, and this line is why I'm contemplating, because the other line I used to be able to get media messages. On this one I don't get. I only get straight text messages, so I don't get the screenshots and stuff. So
Oh no!
you would have to either send via email or something like that. I don't get the That's the one thing I don't like about it. Everything else I like. I just don't get like picture messages and stuff like I used to get on the old line. That's the only thing I don't like about it.
About sex, I have to send it to you.
Just
Literally
Sarah
right when
donated $2 through Super
it
Chat.
was like the
Hashtag
craziest
hang up before
mental
calling.
detail fucking situation. Anyways,
Yeah,
thanks for taking my call.
All right, just if you get a shot, send it to what is it, Den Show Live. If any of y'all have email, y'all want to send it to denshowlive@gmail. I actually do check that email relatively frequently. So if y'all got something y'all want to send or share, send it there. But Miss Ashley, I appreciate your call, and you have a good evening.
All right, thanks for taking my call. It was good talking to you.
Yes, ma'am. Same here.
All right, thanks.
All right. Den folk, y'all are wonderful, terrible people. Oh my God! Shout out to Just Sarah. Shout out to Be For Real. I appreciate all of the love. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
Lord have mercy. Oh my goodness.
What's going on, Mr. Barnes? How you doing this evening, man?
Man, I'm cleaning the blood out my ears right now. It's oh man. Let me stop messing with people, man. What's going on, Honcho, man?
Man, it's all good. It's all good.
I did want to speak on the topic, even though after midnight, we go way left field, So before I go left field with you, let me just hop on that topic real quick about the kids moving out early. I don't actually believe that we should push our kids out early. I kind of agree with one of the callers before. I can't think of her name right now. The lady that was talking about the plant-based living.
Miss Fresh and Sassy.
Yeah. I totally agree with that. And man, she brought up some real interesting things that I really need to explore because, I have 4 kids of my own, and I've always told my wife, we always joke about, when they 18, we're going to push them out and all this and that. But, I always say that, my daughters especially, I really want my daughters to stay around until a man comes and rightfully courts them the right way and takes them in marriage, and then they take them away from this house, just doing things the right way. Yeah. And the reason because is I don't want to have my daughters think that they have to be out there in the world struggling and having too much pride to, call, mama and daddy for help or whatever, and think that they have to find a man or a male, just to try to make ends meet, because once they start doing that, some of them may start doing some strange things for the change and all that. Not all of them, but many of them. You know what I mean? And if you're a responsible father, I think that it's imperative that you try to keep your daughters at home as long as you can. But here's the thing. Even my sons, my son moved out because he was just ready to move out. I didn't force him out or anything like that. He came home from college. He was going to college in Illinois. He came home from college and decided that he wanted to go ahead and move out and move to San Antonio. I didn't necessarily want him to go at the time, but he was independent in thought, and I didn't stop him, and he's been on his own ever since, and, he really doesn't call and ask for anything unless he just really needs it, and that's very rare that my son is not able to take care of himself. So, if the boys want to leave, and they have the means to leave or they have some type of plan of action, you know, I think it's fine. But as far as the girls, you know, it's just my advice to kind of keep them close as much, you know, as long as possible, so that when the man does come along and you know tries to take your daughter, they know what type of man they should be going for. You know, a man that's going to protect them at all costs and make sure that they're straight. You know what I mean? And the only way they're gonna see that is being at home with, you know, daddy. You know, so and that's just the way that I look at it. Um, Now, me personally, I left home as soon as I turned 18. You know, man, I ain't passed go, I ain't collect $200, nothing. I was gone. You know what I mean? Uh, Basically because I was ready to get out of my neighborhood. You know, um, because you know things were, you know, getting real violent and everything, and a lot of drugs and all that. So I was just ready to, you know, make a move to Houston and kind of you know, start my family off the right thing and, you know, make a better way, which you know, thank the Lord everything worked out all right, and it was all good, you know. Uh but as far as 18 goes, sometimes you have some immature kids, and 18 is really young. Uh, you know, and they haven't figured it all out yet, and then they go into the world and they have a lot of pride, you know what I mean? And being that they have all of that pride, they have too much pride to say, you know, hey, I made a mistake, can I come home? Or I made a mistake, I need some help, or I need some advice, I need you to give me X, Y, and Z, you know. And a lot of us don't think about that's how some of our young men get into crime and everything, because you know they leave the house too early, you know.
Yeah.
Because mentally they're not sharp enough, that they just not ready to make that transition. You know what I mean? What you think about it?
Yeah, I can agree with that. And my thing is, I definitely think that's what it is. And I think sometimes too, part of that, even, you know, mentioning the crime aspect, is depending on how your household is. And I would say sometimes, not sometimes, probably majority more so with the single mother situation. You have a lot of single mothers who, and I know a lot of y'all ain't gonna like it, but they push these young men to be the man of the house too soon, to push responsibilities that they brought into the world onto these young men before they have time to develop, to really either know who they are or what they should be doing. And so what they're gonna do is they're gonna look to the nearest resource, which is generally what's outside or what's on the corner or whoever that may be, the nearest male figure that they have. And, you know, well, I know I see mama struggling, I got to be the man of the house. And again, you start taking on these responsibilities. Well, what's the way, what way can a teenager, especially if you're not even, you know, old enough to work, pay bills?
Right.
And so you finna start getting in the streets doing some bullshit you have no business doing. Because, you know, one, even if you are able to work, that job minimum wage ain't going to, you know, pay enough. Or, you know, if you got brothers and sisters and all these other things. And so that's what pushes a lot of this, a lot of these kids into, you know, the wrong lifestyle head first. But we don't want to talk about that as a culture, because people say, oh, that's not the case. They don't blame the moms and all that stuff. But some of that is on them for putting these kids in these situations. But I agree with you totally that, you know, even at 18, though, some just are not. They're not financially wise. I know I wasn't. Like I said, I made a lot of dumb mistakes, and I was out there doing a bunch of nonsense too. So I'm saying this because from experience. But that's on me. You know, I was out of my mom's house when I really started, you know, getting into foolishness because of some other dumb mistakes that I made. But again, so I say, you know, that's the thing. And again, I agree with you. If you have a game plan and you're, you know, you have intentions and you're trying to build up something, I have no issue with, you know, the kids staying there, because, you know, hey, okay, well, they have a direction. They're not just aimless.
Yeah.
But in certain situations, you know, you may have to kind of get out there. Well, hey, look, you maybe you need to have an understanding of how tough it is out there, so you can get a reality check. Sometimes when you do nurture them too much, or you do baby them too much, they think it's one way, they think it's this when it's really that. And sometimes they need to, you know, bump their head a couple of times, you know, hopefully not too much. And that's where it's a kind of a scary balance, because you can let them, then they may go head first and fall off a cliff, or they may recognize they have some, if you've taught to raise them well and they have some sense, and they're like, okay, let me take a step back and then let me reanalyze this. And that's what you're hoping for.
See, I've seen this from two different sides of the coin. Uh, Now, I actually have some cousins who are twin boys. We're the same age. They're 40 as well. Now, the difference with them is their mother, who was a divorced single mother, um, who is very successful and had a lot of economic advantages, so to speak. Um, Her sons moved out of the house at around, maybe 19 or 20. However, from that age to the age that they are now, um, they've never paid their own bills, never paid their own car notes, never paid their own rent, their food. Their mother has supported them uh, since they were late teenagers, you know. And these guys were like my brothers, but I even had a conversation with their mother one time, and she didn't like it. And I told her, because they had moved back in with her for a period of time, and I told her straight up, I say, I ain't trying to hate on them or nothing like that, but maybe you just need to kick them out, because we in our early 30s or late 20s or whatever it was at that point, and I'm like, they still haven't been able to learn how to support themselves as men,
What do they call it? Failure to launch?
Told me. Huh?
What do they call it? Failure to launch? Were you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. And see, her response to me was very telling. She said, as long as I have the means to do it, I'm gonna pay their bills and I'm gonna take care of them. Now, let me tell you where these guys are now. They're 41 years old. They still live in a one-bedroom apartment together, and neither one of them have any children or girlfriends or wives or any type of perspective, and they're depressed. You know what I mean? And it's all because the mother babied them. But that's why I say there's a difference between the young men and the young women, as far as pushing them out. But and I don't begrudge a parent for supporting the child or the young adult. But here's the thing, that there needs to be some understanding. Like, take for instance, I just mentioned my son. Now, and it's not bragging or anything like that, but my son really does not call and ask for anything. But whenever he does call, or if he does need something, then I would not hesitate to give it to him. Matter of fact, I gave my son an American Express card, you know what I mean, just for emergency purposes only, just in case I needed to get him something and I couldn't get it to him and he needed something, you know what I mean? But it's just because I know that he's out there trying, and he's out there trying to help himself. So, and he's 23 years old. I don't mind doing that for him if knowing that he's out there helping himself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he would never abuse that privilege and try to be dependent upon me. You know what I'm saying? So in that respect, I don't have a problem helping him out, and I'll treat my younger son the same way when he decides to leave, if he does. But again, just to reiterate, and I wish more people would do this. Keep your girls at home as much as possible so that they ain't out there, ending up being somebody's baby mama, being another statistic. You know what I mean? And just it's just part of what I always talk about breaking cycles in the black community. And I think I can't speak for all racial groups or whatever, but I think that is something with the black community that we probably more so than others tend to want to push our children out like that. Just like you spoke on earlier, when you talked about us, having the single black mothers kind of pushing that man of the house type of thing on that. on us and everything. You know, we really shouldn't put that kind of responsibility on our kids, and then, you know, expecting our kids to take care of us and all of that. You know, I just don't. I think it's unfair to use their life to supplement the life that you didn't build for yourself.
Exactly.
You know, and I mean it's just sickening. You know, of course, if you need some help, your child has the ability. You know, they're not gonna let you go without if they have the ability to do something about it. That's because that's just out of love. You know, but to make them feel like they have to do it or they have to take care of you. You know, I'm gonna tell you like this here: if my child tomorrow uh, got a $20 million contract to play sports or hit the lotto or something like that, I'm not gonna be at my child's door asking for a damn cent. You know what I mean? And also, it would be extremely hard for me to accept my child giving me something. You know, but that's just the way I'm cut. You know, but everybody not cut like that. You know, think about what was that football player? I think he was a cornerback. I want to say it was Philip Buchanan, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it was.
And that he,
with the mom with the IOU. As soon as he got that contract, she hit him with $1 million IOU.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Man, that's some whole ass shit, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't call it no other way. And then there was another player, if I'm not mistaken, he might have been a Houston Texan for a while, whose mom came to the practice field demanding some money, or mother or father, something like that. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't get that. But man, that just goes to the way that the world is right now and the way that we think. You know, it's unfortunate, and the bad thing is like it's like every time we touch on any subject, it always comes back to the black community's mentality on everything. You know, and that sucks. But anyway, let me transition over to this I don't know what the hell she was that was beating on this kid or whatever. I thought it was a man, straight up. Yeah.
It's either a man or a very well built woman. You know, maybe it was cold up there. Maybe they had an extra sweater or a jacket, but they did look buff. So I
don't know. I don't know what your definition of well built is, but I was like, man, this dude is tearing this kid up, man. So I mean, I kind of feel like the majority of the callers who touched on that, I didn't see any other angle or what might have happened before that. But you know, when people start recording and you see what happens in the recording, that there was obviously something that triggered them to start recording. So something happened before then. But here's my thing. Either way, I think there was a better way to handle that situation than just, you know, pummeling the hell out the kid, you know, because at the same time, I mean, it is a kid, you know, whether this kid is misguided or have done something wrong or something like that, you know, plus you are obviously a lot bigger than this kid, you know, and to be honest with you, if the kid hit the teacher, and then the teacher retaliated and hit the kid back, even if she just slapped the shit out of the kid, you know what? I might be okay with that, you know, knowing that, you know, the kid put her hands on her first, and, you know, I might do the same thing. I'll slap the shit out of you, but, you know, there's no reason for me to continuously pummel you and stomp the shit out your head, you know, with my films on, you know, after you already done, after I done already got my message across. Ain't no need to stomp on your head, you know what I mean? That's, you know, I just thought that was a step too far.
Yeah, that's me. Because like I said, to me, that's almost like some type of, that's hatred. You know, it's one thing to get somebody up off. It's one thing to go ahead and squash a little problem, but that stomp, when somebody's already knocked out, you know, incoherent, whatever you want to call it, another level of hatred to me. I think that's really out of there.
Yeah, I agree, man. But like I always say, we got so much hatred and anger in us, man, and sometimes it comes out at the wrong time, and sometimes the wrong person, is the victim that day, and they get, the whole of all of that built up and pent up anger that we have, and on that particular day, it was that kid's turn to get it. So, whatever it is she did, I don't know, but yeah, it was, pretty excessive to me. Just from what I see, but at the same time, like somebody else said today, and I agree with it wholeheartedly. Believe half of what you see, and I agree with that because we don't know. We weren't in there. We don't know what was actually happening. So I don't know, man. It's just it's something every day on social media, man, and it'll be something tomorrow that's gonna dot your headlines for the next conversation. I can almost guarantee it, man. I can feel it in my bones. It's something coming. Matter of fact, I was talking to my wife last night about the kid getting the beating over in Beaumont, and my wife was tripping out on that shit. You know what I mean? And we ended the conversation, and I told her verbatim. I said tomorrow is gonna be something else. I guarantee you, and I'll be goddamn. 12 hours later, I run across this new video, and I mean, it's just the same chicken shit that you see all the time, man. But it'll be something else tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing. And I say that's why, even in other issues, maybe not so related, we talk about crime and we talk about a multitude of things. That's why I say social media is good and it is bad, but people have to learn how to disconnect from it from a certain point, because with that accessibility, it alters your mentality towards a lot of shit. Because there's millions and millions of people in America, and you're gonna find incidents every day, all over the place. But when when it used to just be your local paper, things didn't seem as bad. But when you're getting all of that fucking information aggregated in your timeline, and thousands of people are jumping on it and reacting, you're seeing how other people react. To me, it does something to your mentality, and I think it's impacting a lot of people. A lot of weaker-minded people, or people who maybe more emotionally tend to lean to things more emotionally. I think it's having a bigger impact on them than people who try to embrace these things with a little bit more logic. And I think that's going to lead us down a dangerous path here in the very near future.
Right. And speaking on logic, that's a perfect segue into my next point. So how we go off left field in these chats and everything, especially when some callers call in. You already know I have my favorites. With my tongue severely in cheek, So I just gotta address a couple of callers. Now, I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna give some advice. And first thing, I gotta give some advice to my girl, Miss Meek. I don't know if she's still in the chat or not, but she'll probably hear this at some point. Miss Meek, please, when you call in to the den, make your point, and then if you have something else to say, make another point. Stop damn repeating yourself over and over and over and over again. You repeat yourself. Like I don't know if it was what was the damn subject you had last week that just really drove Miss Meat over the ledge about black women being undesirable or something like that.
Yes. Yeah, we were talking about black women being undesirable.
Oh man, the whole entire call was, they're not undesired, they're disrespected. They're not undesired, they're disrespected. They're not undesired, they're disrespected. And I'm like, come on, man. Honcho, So here's my idea. When
Okay.
we have these type of callers, you need to implement something in the den chat where we can activate a Sandman for these doggone callers. Real time.
I'm gonna figure something out. Because I've been thinking about doing like a
Everybody in the
vote
chat.
type situation.
See, everybody in the chat can initiate a vote and initiate the Sandman on these callers, because boy, it's been something that boy. Like that one last night, I was seriously grabbing my steering wheel, like yelling at my screen. Like that lady was driving me crazy, man. But I'm gonna be nice, because she knew, she ain't them folk yet, she ain't got her citizenship yet, so I'm gonna be nice because I want her to come back. But man, you got to institute a Sandman, a trapdoor, or something like that.
I'm gonna figure something out. I'll probably figure out how to, because I know there's a way the moderators can, start a poll. So I'll figure out some things and I'll shoot it to the moderator that way. Maybe where they can activate it, and then we'll start taking some votes. And if either gets a certain vote, there has to be some ways to tweak a couple of things. I'm gonna figure some stuff out. We're gonna amplify the visuals and the interactivity in the den very soon. So we gonna make
it gotta be something you can do, Honcho. It gotta be something.
Yeah, we're gonna make it shake. I got an idea.
Man, Honcho, it gotta be something you can do. It gotta be something. It gotta be something. Honcho,
Just Sarah donated $2 through Super Chat. B4 Mega good call face with tears of joy face with tears of joy face with tears of joy face with tears of joy.
I'm really feeling. I wonder. I really wonder. This would be very interesting, because the phone is web based. So I wonder if there would be a way, maybe, to set it, if it got so many downvotes or something like that, that it would automatically like hang. I'm really finna start getting creative. I'm gonna try to figure some stuff out, because I'm sure there's some ways to do some different things, and so I'm gonna try to come up with a couple ideas, but give people control in the den, more control over the conversation. So this will be very interesting. I'm gonna figure some stuff out. By the end of next week, we'll have some things.
I mean, a moderate amount of control. You can't, not
all of it. Like it would have to be like a significant amount of votes. Like it couldn't just be 2 or 3, and
right.
Then, it would have to be a consensus type thing going on. So.
Right.
Definitely.
Some people got too much damn power already, man. I get timed out every damn night for some reason.
Yeah, I gotta take that wrench from DeMarkey, wherever DeMarkey at. I gotta take the wrench from him. But yeah, definitely. It's like I said, it's a couple ideas. I'm gonna see what I can do with some of these things. I know there's a lot of options of stuff that you can do. So maybe have some little pop-ups, like I say, find a little Sandman gift or something. We'll figure it out. We're gonna add some shit to it.
Now, on the other subject, we were talking about the left field subject when we got on titties. Gritty titties are awful.
Have you ever come across a under titty with some foreign object under it, and you kind of have to step back and figure out what's going on for a second?
I can't say a foreign object, but definitely crumbs. Deodorant.
That's the word.
Oh man,
Deodorant's
powder. That's when you're dealing with the whole lot of women. A lot of times they got the powder up under there, and then you mix the powder with sweat, and it becomes a paste. That's not good. That's always unfortunate. But yeah, gritty titties are the worst. Big ugly nipples are the worst, and I don't have a problem with big area codes.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
That's my time, Honcho.
Okay. All right. Well, brother, man, I appreciate you calling. I know it was a bit of a wait, but I'm glad you finally got through and was able to share that, man.
I'll grab it, man.
All right, yeah, we're going.
All right.
Yeah, man. Crumbs, like you said, baby. Come on now. Come on now. Y'all know if y'all have put a little extra something under the titty for freshness, right? Y'all could give fair warning. That's all I'm saying. Fair warning. Before somebody tries to get creative, down there. I know y'all are probably used to just the nipples get worked. So y'all like, well, I ain't got to worry about it. Sometimes, a man might like to explore, maybe some nooks and crannies that need to be discovered. And then you fall off into a bad situation.
Just Sarah donated $2 through Super Chat. The den is not for the easily offended. Hashtag Maria.
Maria, she's a mommy of a West Side Story. I miss Maria. I don't care what y'all say. Maria was my friend, and I don't know. That's all I got. Maria, Chicago Mike, if y'all are out there, please come back. What? Oh, this nigga talking about fucking trio. No, it's definitely not. I'm gonna move this off my ears. But man, Roger said something, and it's a conversation because he was talking about the mentality, and I think that's something we need to have because we talked about that there is no black culture. And, some people get offended by it. Some people may get upset by that statement. Maria was an unfriend. We'll get a den reunion. I'm going to try to reach out to everybody. Maybe if you go to old chats, and if their names are still in there, maybe you can go to the chat, maybe send them a message and reconnect. We're going to go find some old people in the den. Come back to the den. We miss you. Please come back. Go look at my Instagram. Go look at my Facebook picture. Woo. Yeah. But a lot of interesting stuff happened in this old den, man. And we're going to continue. I'm glad that it's actually back on the trajectory of growing because it was stagnant for a while. Like I'm telling you, ever since the why I don't identify as pro-black conversation, it got tanked. I guess I wasn't woke enough. YouTube must have took some of my woke points. And and then once I guess after I got a timeout from YouTube, maybe they let me back in. We've actually been seeing some growth. But again, maybe the topics because people like talking about certain things. But I want to talk about it. I assume we're going to do something about mentality versus culture because I think it's more the black mentality more so than the black culture in America. So that's something that definitely needs to be discussed. Roger brought up a very interesting thing. But yeah, y'all shared a lot of very good information, man. Shout out to Miss Fresh and Sassy. Enjoyed your calls this evening. A lot of great information. So I'm going to figure that out. And it'll take me some B12 just because I might be deficient. I don't know. I can't tell you the last time. I don't know. What foods have B12 in it? I'm eating a lot of fucking chicken. I eat a shit ton of chicken. Everything's chicken and turkey. I don't eat a lot of red meat. I'm trying to think. Last time I've had beef. Then I had a burger at some point in time, but when I make them at home, it's mostly fucking turkey burgers. Made turkey burgers yesterday. My favorite love song? I have to get back to you on that one. I believe it. YouTube deals with it. Trust me. Once they put their thumb on you, it's over with. But then I wonder too because There's recently been some shit going on. I don't know how much
Just
of y'all have
Sarah
heard
donated
about the...
$2 through Super Chat. YouTube jail is real grinning, squinting face with tears of joy face with tears of joy face with tears of joy.
With tears of joy face. Music Soul Child Love is a good song, but I don't know if that's it. Whatever happened. Music used to make some good music though. But the thing about it is, like I say, you know, they had a thing going on YouTube where they had this shit called P-Score, and that shit was getting exposed in the most simple fucking fashion. And then they went and redid some shit. And ever since then, it seemed like since that day, it's been like it's been different. The like I say, it seemed like some growth and some other shit got switched up. And like it's back in the good. So I wonder if that impacted, you know, a certain channel when they removed that shit or whatever. Oh yeah. Excuse me. And then it's like I said about what they say about 50 days, either the end of the year or I know on the 10th they're YouTube's changing the terms of service. So I know especially they're supposed to be doing a couple of things towards the end of the year, which is going to be interesting to how stuff gets discovered and how stuff gets done. So like I said, I'm definitely... Running in the morning helps. Running in the morning, actually get my ass up and running. Staying up late night doesn't help, but running in the morning helps and has I don't know, maybe re-stimulate the blood flow or something. But definitely, like I say, it's about putting out a shit ton of content that these next few days, especially, next few weeks till the end of the year, and then some. I don't plan on stopping then, but between the den and Soft Sports to maximize it, because like I said, I don't know what YouTube is going to do at the beginning of the year. I expect a lot of big changes, so it's going to be very interesting to see how that pans out. So he's still making music. I ain't heard him. I guess because it ain't the popular thing again. You know, music change. Like R&B now. You know, again, like I said, I guess I'm not really checking for R&B artists. I think the last R&B artist I listened to might have been Kemah or something like that. You know, it's different now. You know, they used to make love songs. Now it's fuck songs. And it is what it is. You see, I was reading some of the 1930s interviews with former slaves and their addresses were each listed. And started Googling, and that's one of these, but those still standing. They were all houses. Interesting. There is... There's like a lot of stuff. That's why I say, man, it's just don't always believe the hype. Don't always believe the narrative. Don't believe the shit that they're out there giving so much information. And I know people feel how they feel, and I know people want to impact and change the masses, especially when it comes to issues, black issues. But what I do know is I can't change the world. I can only change me. As much as I would like to impact and influence other people, I got so much to learn myself. And when I see stories of individuals who've done great things, I focus on that because I feel like I'm an individual who can do great things if I put my mind to it. I've been successful at anything I've actually focused on. And so I'm figuring, well, maybe I need to be focusing on more consistently. And just Sarah would kill it tonight. Heidi, not so much. But, and so like I say, that's what we have, conversation, argument. I understand where people come from when we have these certain conversations, when we talk
Just
about
Sarah
black
donated
issues,
$2 through Super Chat. Trell is under his desk with a dense $8 face with tears of joy face with tears of joy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But the project, again, like I said, it was all situations where niggas bought into their doom. They bought the bullshit. Oh, I know what I wanted to talk about. Super funny. Those of you who follow Tariq Nasheed. See the tweet from him today. Seems like Tariq is leaning with Trump. What's going on with that? Has anybody been following that? I saw one of his tweets somebody retweeted, and he was talking about why he wasn't fooling with any of the Democrats because they weren't offering tangibles. And, what is it? Foundational Black Americans and ADOS he was talking about. And he was talking about, Trump is offering 10, but he was liking what he was doing. That's why I was sitting there like, what?
Just Sarah donated $2 through Super Chat. Freaking Trillane shut face with tears of joy 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 face with tears of joy.
With tears of joy face. So, like I say, again, y'all know my thoughts on Tariq, and it is what it is, right? I'm not here to change anybody's opinion on that. But, snatch your chain. But, basically he was just talking about, and then people, responding, he was just saying, well, what candidates are this, and, the only thing people would say, well, he wasn't allowing black people in his houses back then, and and certain people were saying, well, showing all the stuff that he has done that's been beneficial to black Americans, talking about the First Step Act and, investing in black communities, some shit with the HBCUs and some other things. Posting pictures of him with black people, and, people are going to find their ways to dispel. Again, whether you are for or against, I really don't care, because like I said, it's not about Trump for me, it's about moving forward. But if he's offering opportunities and he's doing things that's beneficial, then fuck him, I'm fucking with it. Then if you got my best interest in mind. But some people can't get past that. But he tweeted something. It wasn't like he wasn't saying like, "Oh, I'm rooting for Trump," but he's like, basically, Trump is the best option. Some along those lines. I don't know if I got it in my thing, but he was getting a lot of blowback from that, and I thought it was extremely interesting. That here it is, yeah, and this was from yesterday, I believe. It said Trump is actually talking about providing specific tangibles to foundational black Americans. Yet the Democrats, who black Americans have been so naively loyal to, are adamant about not doing anything specific for black Americans. So why should we honestly support the Democrats? And like I said, he got a lot of response from that. You know what I'm saying? And so I find that extremely interesting. With that being said, what do y'all got going on here? But so when you exactly, that's the thing. When you got something to lose, then it is what it is. Again, you make your own choice. I think people need to do what's best for them. But I just find it interesting that a lot of people who are big Tariq supporters are probably not very keen on Donald Trump, right? So that's my thoughts on that. Let's see. Where we at? We got a few more minutes. I can stir up a couple of random thoughts that I came across. It was something else that happened too. I want to speak on it. It wasn't just Tariq. It was somebody. Oh, Kanye, man. Kanye says he's going to run for president in 2024. Something about this guy, Kanye, whether you like Kanye or not, there's some things you have to respect about him, right? No, DeMarco, you're getting your rent removed, right? I'm just letting you know that you have just been a disappointment, terminating your employment as a moderator. But Kanye, man, I forgot where he was speaking, and he basically said, this is why I'm running for president in 2024, and he was expanding on something, and the crowd started laughing. And he looked, and he had this dead serious look. Stopped for a second, like, what are y'all laughing about? Because he was dead fucking serious. And I loved it. Because if you cannot respect a man with that level of determination, you can't respect yourself. Most people don't have that. Even in the world, but there's been multiple sides to get Kanye from every fucking angle. Some people have flip-flopped on him or whatever. But the one thing you cannot say about him is that he hasn't stood for what he personally believes. And my thing is, if that's what he means and that's what he's all about, I'm with it. I ain't tripping at all. Because the world has gone against Kanye and from every angle. And yet, he's still that dude, regardless of how you want to put it. You know what I'm saying? But again, check 2020. Tip running, TI running. God damn. So my thing is this though, right? Wow. But my thing is this, like I say, what? Yeah, y'all gotta get off my boy Kanye. Kanye is coming to take over the world. He told y'all what he was doing, and he did it. And ain't nobody stopped him yet. Obama got all the crazies running for president. What? I'm not paraphrasing RuPaul. I'm voting for Kanye. Kanye got my vote already. You're not against him running, but you're against him winning. Why? He want to bring back jobs to Chicago. He said he wants to bring back. He's gonna hire everybody. He's gonna get everybody employed. See, I knew y'all were against the black man. Y'all say y'all are for the black man. Y'all are all against the black man. This proves it. I knew it. It fucking. I don't know. Who's a black female rapper? Missy Elliott said she was running. Y'all would be all in on it, wouldn't you? I knew it. I knew what y'all are up to. But here's my thing. Afro Puffs is probably retired now. Y'all be all in it for Missy. She would put the vote down, flip it, and reverse it. You know what I'm saying? So y'all are trying to take her out. But no, what I was saying again, I've talked about that you mentioned the slaves. I think in the 1930s, all living in houses, and I was talking about the video that I said I wish I could find it because I'd like to share it. I'm gonna try to find it, and put it in the Facebook group. But like I said, I was watching a little video with all of the black families in Los Angeles in the 1950s, 1960s, and how they were talking about how they were like the mentality is what it is, and that's why I said I'm bringing this up. You're probably like, why are you going this far? Why are you saying these crazy things? Honcho, this has nothing to do with the schoolhouse or anything else that's happening. Because Roger mentioned mentality, man, and these people were happy. They were loving their lives, and they were dark, like they were a mix of people. But it was their mentality, because the thing that they said is that I remember one of them saying, like, I don't wake up first thing in the morning and think about, oh, I'm going to have problems because I'm black or because of this or whatever. I wake up, and I see myself as a human being or, whatever the wording was. This is not verbatim. But I'm like, if that was prevalent in the 50s, 60s, when you had literal issues on the law books that prevented blacks from doing certain things, but yet they still found success and they were happy with their life. They were not worried about racism and things. And some of them were saying they weren't worried about racism and things like that as a big issue. They were more worried about the problems that the uneducated blacks moving into the area were causing than they were about racism. I'm just trying to figure out how this is a thing basically 60 years later, almost 70 years later, how we're still dealing with the same issues, because I think we're misguided. I think that we're misdirected. And I mean, what do they say? History repeats itself. And I think the solution is extremely simple. I think it's very simple, but the solution makes people feel uncomfortable. And so because the solution makes them feel uncomfortable, because the solution makes you do a self-analysis, you're gonna be pretty upset about it. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna be. A lot of people don't want to face that realism. A lot of people want to feel like everything I do is right. There's nothing wrong with who I am. Instead of realizing, hey, I have flaws. If I make a couple of changes here, man, my life would be 10 times better. But it is what it is. So, yes, kind of like you did back when y'all had that big kerfluffle over there in Germany. But that's a whole other conversation, Heidi. But my thing is this, man. Who put that quote in there? Because that is it's the wrong quote. It's little boy's name, Josh. Didn't DeMarcus put that? DeMarcus put that in there, right? You know what I'm saying? See why the thought process is the way it is. You gonna bring it back? That's what I'm talking about. Because like I say, man, it's I think it's perpetuated by a lot of stuff, man. I think it's, and you have certain folks who say you have, we can talk about black elitists and black intellectuals, and we can talk about your common man, and we can talk about a lot of different things. Because I think there's multiple layers to it. But I think now, you have I think the reason why a lot of shit gets perpetuated now is because, one, the way most of society is, because I mean, even in the other community, you can look at the white community, you can look at the Hispanic community, now nobody wants to work. Everybody feels entitled, especially the youth, feel like you owe them something, for whatever reason. What's the new thing, boomer? Shut up, boomer. Like, boomer invented the internet that you get to hide behind and act tough on. So my thing is just that, like, you compound that too with some of the excuses that we use to avoid success. Because I think a lot of it is a mentality of avoiding success. Not that you can't get it, but it's convenient to say, well, I won't because of this, I won't because of that. When, our predecessors went through real problems just for, everyday stuff to get rights. They went through real issues and they was hung and all these other things, but they fought for that because they believed in that. You have a lot of niggas nowadays who will sit here and say, well, I can't because everything's against me, and not even fucking try. And so to me, your point, your conversation becomes irrelevant. Your point becomes non-existent, because if you haven't tried as an individual because you say, well, because somebody else tried and it didn't work for them, so it ain't gonna work for me, you're useless. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's just kind of my mentality. Like, if you're not fighting, working, and really trying to build something for yourself as an individual, and then collectively, I don't really want to hear the shit. Like, all the excuses. Shit, niggas been having excuses for a long, long time. I had excuses for a long time. When I stopped making them excuses, shit changed, and shit is still changing. And so, that's just kind of my approach. That's just my mentality, and we'll figure it out. Like I said, we'll have that conversation soon. But tomorrow we're gonna do the confessions. I'm shut up, DeMarcus. I don't want to hear nothing you saying right now. We're gonna have to vote on that rich again. Thinking of goddamn patty pie. Yeah, we've come up. The highlight of the year. And here's my thing. Like, we just talking about the water in Flint, right? We as niggas, we know everything that's happening with this, that, and the third rapper. And I'm part of the problem too, partially because it's a good topic of conversation. People want to talk about it, so I'm gonna embrace the conversation that y'all want to have. Can't just always be about me. That's something Lady Honcho always gets on. So there be certain topics I don't want to talk about that shit. It's like, well, it's not about you, asshole. It's about what the people want to talk about. I'm like, okay, you're right. Fuck you. But we talk about these things, but man, what about the man who actually brought the water? He brought the machines, the fucking machines that create water out of air, right? Out of thin air. He brought those fucking things, and then he fucking the machine got vandalized, right? Motherfuckers vandalized his machine. He brings water to Flint for the people, letting them fill up for free thousands of gallons. To do a video for the Denline show. I think so too. I think so. I think that definitely helps people, so they kind of have an idea, they get familiarized with the topic, and the information they need is there, and then it makes them, it helps become a more active part of the conversation, and then they can do research on their own. They'll probably find things that I didn't find, and it will definitely be better. That tends to be what happens. And so this man brought that shit there, and that should have been something we definitely talked about. That's on me. But a lot of niggas don't even know this thing exists. Like, to me, that's black excellence. Niggas don't want to promote them. He talks too proper. You know what I'm saying? He talks to whatever. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's like, because it was done, he was talking about it was a well done job. And, just certain things. Like, to me, I don't give a fuck about some little nigga dancing. I don't care about some new song and all that stuff. That's good. The entertainment is cool, but haven't we had our fill of fucking entertainment? Like, what's different? It's the same old shit. So everything's fucking recycled. Let's talk about some motherfuckers doing some real shit. Like, but again, you know, two fucking cornball ass entertainers getting married is black excellence. Shit is fucking lame. You know what I'm saying? And it's fucking stupid, man. It's real fucking stupid. But he rebuilt it, and then they said he put it up on some stilts and had some surveillance stuff going on. And there's that. So, again, man, my thing is, yeah, that's what he said. And he said when they sabotaged, they said it was done properly because of the way they fucked up certain shit, specifically putting metal shavings in the fucking, I forgot where he said they put them, but he just a bunch of shit. But he said he cleaned it out, did a bunch of shit, put it together. So it is what it is. So, again. But I love everybody. I appreciate everybody's opinion, whether we agree, whether we disagree. Y'all gotta understand, I don't take any of this stuff emotionally. I just want a better outcome for everybody involved. And like I say, I push a lot of the black conversation, but it's about everybody. And, you know, we all got to share this fucking world one way or another to enjoy it. But except for Heidi, she's hoarding all the wealth, and I'm sure there are some missing little kids on her property somewhere. But anyway, I'm probably finna get ready. I'm trying to make it even on the mark where we had. Oh, did I pass already? Okay, yeah, I was trying to make it 4:30. I didn't realize I rambled on long past 4:30. So there we go. Nah, I'm taking a look. I'm telling y'all I ain't gonna get on mixed, but I ain't saying I ain't finna get on the game. What time is it? It's 3:00. Yeah, I'm finna give me a bowl of cereal and play some fucking video gaming. But I appreciate y'all, man. I fuck with y'all. I mean, and I want to send a special shout out to all the. I kind of measured it the other day. And some of y'all have been here from the very beginning, right? And it was like 3 of us. Some of y'all came in, you know, fooling with the sauce after a while. You know, me promoting on the sauce for quite some time. A lot of folks came in, and some of y'all came in around. I think we had the big wave around the Jesse Smollett situation. A big wave came in. We had a big wave come in around the Malia Davis situation, and so that was like the 3 kind of, or 4, I would say, kind of ways I look at where we are. The originators, you know, came in just from me promoting off the sauce and me being high and talking really stupid while I'm rolling up sweets and smoking. And then, like I said, you have Smollett, Malia, and I want to say it was another kind of decent sized push where some folks came in. And I just want to take time to just say shout out to the originators, and this is not to be dismissive of anybody else, but to the originators who have been here from the very beginning, very early on in the prototypical phases. A lot of you, when it was still the Kush Den. Just want to say shout out to y'all. Some have come, some have gone, some have come and left, came back. Sounds like I'm here for the gangbang, but I appreciate all of y'all, man, and I just want to say thank y'all for riding this thing out as long as y'all have. I sincerely appreciate that. And to everybody else, you know, I appreciate y'all too. If you found something you enjoyed, you like it, I'm glad that you're here. And I appreciate it. Name names. 335. Danny MTZ. Dominic, you know. Those are the people I look at like as the OGs, triple OGs, quadruple OGs. You know, that's what I'm saying. Let me stop fucking with you. What y'all talking about? That was like the first fucking 2 mods. But the Klendel Dindle, yes, you're in the conversation. You're greatly appreciated. Heidi held it down for women's rights in the den for a long time. You know what I'm saying? A very long time. When there were no women, it was not even close. Y'all, I had to do some crazy stuff to try to promote the den to women instead of probably making videos that women wanted to watch. I did some very interesting. Oh, Unique was holding it down for a while too. Unique hasn't been here. We haven't seen Miss Unique in quite some time. I haven't seen Miss Unique in quite some time, but Unique and Heidi would be the only women in the den remote. I mean, it was deserved. Like I used to look at my analytics, and it was like negative women. So, yeah, because it was a super sausage factory, and so I would do some very alternative methods to try to bring women in. Some would come in, but a lot of them weren't liking the. Yeah, it just it wasn't. Then when it did come in, yeah, y'all took over, you know, yeah, y'all took over, and then it is what it is. You know, it's a couple of y'all women folk come in the sauce. Miss Angela comes into the sauce every now and then to troll us. So, but man, I appreciate each and every one of y'all. I'm finna lay it down. Well, I'm not finna lay it down. I'm gonna tell y'all I'm gonna lay it down, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm going to, like I said, eat me a bowl of cereal. Well, actually, you know what? Marco's Pizza is the shit. I was oblivious on Marco's for the longest. Since Jesse just took over after that. That's what we had. We have a lot of, I think Jesse had the stickiest of the conversations. Because I think a lot of people came for Jesse and stuck around. Marco's Pizza is the shit. You know what I'm saying? Marco's Pizza is, I don't know why I'm saying that, they ain't paying me for this shit. But ever since I moved to this side, I was like, fuck it, because somebody told me about Marco's Pizza when I was over in League City. And it was one around the way, but I was being lazy because there was some other place to eat. And so one day, I think after the Little Ones game, we got some fucking Marco's, and I've been fucking with it ever since. Like, I have not fucked with none of the other ones. I did say I was going to try that Fuzzy's place. Heidi mentioned the other day. I hadn't had them. It's a couple of little interesting places. I have not had any Mexican food since I've been on this side. So I need some authentic Mexican. Let me get the fuck out of here, man. I'm just talking all kind of crazy shit. But I appreciate y'all. I thank y'all. It is an honor, a privilege. It's a privilege. Was that racist? Was that stereotypical? It was a privilege. But it's a privilege to chop it up with y'all, man. And I appreciate y'all. I thank y'all for being a part of this, for being a part of this community. And where we go from here, like I said, it's gonna be I'm gonna get back on my recorded content, and you know, sometimes the recorded content brings in, you know, interesting new calls, interesting new people. So we're gonna see where this journey goes, man. And I just hope y'all continue to ride it out. So with that being said, but here's my thing. It's not, ain't that like one of them South Asians? Because there's good Asians and bad Asians. I saw that on the comedy special. Who's the chick? The Wong. Hit him with the Jimmy Kimmel. First viewer ever. Is that a thing? I gotta go back and check.
Just Sarah donated $2 through Super Chat. I stole most of my kids' Halloween candy face with tears of joy face with tears of joy face with tears of joy face with tears of joy.
Here's how you know you probably got OG status. If you were ever in a live den that I probably dozed off in, you're probably a den OG. I'm gonna hit y'all with some Jeff Foxworthy shit. You're probably a den triple OG. If you were ever in a live den when the chat was at the bottom of the screen, you're probably a den triple OG. I mean, if you're in a live den where I was baked off my fucking ass, you probably a den triple OG. I've ever been alive then, but this probably applies to all of them. I completely forgot what the fuck I was talking about. Probably a den. Triple OG. But, yeah, there was times, if you were ever in a chat and got completely ignored. If you were ever in a live den and there were a bunch of white girls in the background getting high, and the little changing videos, you were definitely a Den Triple OG. If you remember the Honcho homemade headband, you are definitely a Den Quadruple OG. Man. I remember who used to ask that. It's like, there's no black girls in your montage of chicks in there smoking. It was like one. We gonna take a vote, but I got you. You definitely on the short list, bro. We gonna probably take DeMarque wrench, because DeMarque ain't been using that wrench properly. You know, we may have to. We gonna have to give a wrench to Broderick. You know, he can make the evangelical decisions. Yeah, 'cause I don't know about you, DeMarque. I like DeMarque, but I don't know about it, man. Yeah, the Honcho homemade headband was the sweat solver. Let me see. You definitely a Den OG. Let me think of. There's something else. It's probably one or two more. Like I say, you said a chat on the screen, but I've tried that multiple times. I'm trying to think. If you were here who was it? When Dominic was a mod at one point in time, you definitely a Den Quadruple OG. Oh yeah, the old Den music was soothing, to say the least. Let me see what else. The old Dens were just something different, something completely different. DeMarque, you've been hating on the new theme music for a long time. Yeah, you've been hating on the new music since day one. Then I ain't had no theme music on the outro. Then you wanted the other one. If you were in the Den when the door used to open and close, you definitely a Den OG. I thought about bringing something like that back. What else? There's definitely some other very interesting dentivities. If you were in the Den when Shaq Kush would be on the live or be a part of the conversation, you definitely a Den super OG. Yeah, it damn near was online trap house. I'm trying to think what else. Bring back, close the door for bad calls. Let me see. Hold on, I'm forgetting which one. Which one is DeMarque's quote? What is that? DeMarque had a bunch of quotes on the fucking list. What is his? 14 is my favorite. Let me see what is DeMarque's quotes. Let me pull up my list here. Oh, here's an interesting one we hadn't seen in a while. There's oh yes, okay, I did have it right. I just have to make sure. This is the DeMarque quote, the best one of all time. I don't know, man. I don't know. I just fuck with y'all, man, and it's like I say, it's been a long journey. It's only gonna get better somehow, some way. That was definitely you, DeMarque. I would not. I would not attribute a false quote to you. Some very interesting quotes. the breakable. Yeah, man, we gotta get some of them too. Y'all gotta let me know what great calls y'all liked, and so I can kind of go back and start finding some, and then I gotta I'm trying to chop them up and start putting them into some videos and stuff like that. I think Mark has more quotes than anybody on here. All right, one more. Then we gonna get ready to wind it down. Like I said, I'm gonna fuck with something. Look, I beat that damn. What's that fucking game? I can't even remember. Outer Worlds. I beat that last night, so I'm gonna figure out something. Maybe play some throwback Borderlands and find out what else they got on there that's available. That's interesting. But Tears of Joy Face. That's funny. I'm just looking at some of these quotes, man. These are fucking hilarious. I just fuck with y'all. Again, I just have to take some time occasionally just to show my appreciation, man. And I thank y'all, man. I really do. So, with that being said, oh man. I'm playing that Gears 5. I play. You playing the online? You playing the story mode? I play the story mode. It's Gears 5 is cool, man. The story mode, like I say, is cool. I'm not gonna lie. It leaves you wanting a little bit more. You know, to me, there's a little bit of gappage in the story, and I mean, to me, it could have been. They could have added a little bit more to the story, but it's good. It's a solid game. I have no issues with it. So again, you know, it is what it is. But I'm gonna figure out something. I'm gonna fuck with something. But the Den of Service. I'm telling y'all, look, yeah, give me about a month or so. I'm gonna set up something special just for the Den ladies. Y'all haven't asked for it. I guess you gotta give the people what they want. I give y'all all this. You know, I'm in shape. Shape is round. I give y'all all this baller belly. But really, like I said, I like it. I know where they were going with it. It's not bad. I might have liked Gears 4 better gameplay. I think I played 3, 4, and 5. I don't know if I played 1 and 2 of Gears. So I started playing on the 1 on Xbox One, and then I think I might have played a retro version. But it's cool. I mean, it ain't nothing wrong with it. But like I said, it's an interesting game. If you see a random mixer. If you see a random mixer notification pop up, yeah, I got bored enough to do it. But I probably am going to get on the game random. I don't know if I'm going to go live, though. But, all right, let me get out of here, man. For the last time. I was trying to make it all the way, but I'm tired right now. I got to take a Honcho hiatus anyway. Oh, you ordered the Den shirt on? Oh, okay. I'm gonna do something nice. Like I'll give y'all like a progress update then, and we'll talk about we'll have some type of
Just Sarah donated $2 through Super Chat. I ordered the Den shirt of Honcho #TOPLESS face with tears of joy face with tears of joy face with tears of joy.
And I'm gonna do something special for the Den ladies one night, and I'm gonna give y'all the whole Derek Jackson. I'm gonna give y'all a spiel. See, I'm gonna betray all the Den men. I'm gonna flip the script, and I'm gonna sell all the way out, and I'm gonna sell all the way out, and I'm gonna have a Den show specifically for the ladies. It'll be great. But with that being said, I appreciate all of y'all. I thank y'all. I'm gonna slide out for real this time. But everybody except for DeMarkey, y'all have a good evening. DeMarkey, yeah. Don't be surprised if you still have to forget shit. Heidi.